Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the world's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fuck never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Mishikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicles set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikki, and I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jay, and while I may be dumb of ass, I am full of heart and love. And I'll be playing Forged from Failures of Bonar Ruin.
Hi, I'm Navers. I know it's short, but I promise there's a longer one coming. And I play Quinn Kelly, the Ragwash Children of Gaia.
Hey everyone, I was going to say it's good to be back, but not after those intros. My name is Ben. I will be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Howdy, hello, Internet. I'm banging on the walls of my enclosure this time, and I will be playing. I'm Echo, and I'll be playing Willow, Wisp, the Galliard of the Children of Gaia. Hopefully everything goes well today.
Howdy do, how are all of you? I may be full of heart and dumb of ass. My name is Nick. I'll be playing Izzy, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, your surprise Arun Child of Gaia for this evening.
Well, you know what they say, don't half-ass something, whole-ass it, even if it is being dumb. Let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Because we are back after a, 2-week break, 1 week break. Let's talk about the last session we were together. We saw the pack meet with Eliza and Stakes at the new cairn location to discuss the state of affairs, the leadership going away for a while, and how to handle things in regards to Willow's abduction. There were some ideas shared, but there was a lot of nervousness as well, as the situation seems to grow more and more dire with the Cult of Fenris. We then saw Forged and Quinn go out on a walk and have a little bit of a bro down on the way before encountering the same three members of the Cult of Fenris, Kyle, Victoria, and a third who is unnamed at this current time. After a little bit of shit talking, the Hellhounds cleverly and smartly made their way away from the situation, but not without a potential complication that followed. After that, we saw Delphine head to Lettuce Lake Park and call out to Fenris as they attempt to make inroads with the patron spirit and try to assist in the obvious condition they seem to be suffering from that is making them so angry and so violent all of the time. While the conversation was good, it's really hard to say how many inroads are made, but that is something that is constantly in development for the young Theurge. Then we saw Willow in captivity in the Cult of Fenris camp, or so it would seem, encounter Rook, where it was revealed that Rook was in fact related to Willow and her lupine family through her mother, and that he was effectively an uncle of sorts. This caused a great deal of emotion, some of it outright rejection and some of it questioning, but after a request, Willow was told that they could be reunited with their family if they so choose, and that Rook's intention was never to hurt them, but to take them away so that they could be doing the good work of protecting their family and protecting their home. And then we saw that the Cult of Fenris arrived at the cairn, having followed the trail left behind by the two members of the pack after their encounter. And they didn't come alone, as they brought reinforcements with them to the tune of 7 of them arriving at the cigar factory. So let's pick up right where we left off. The pack has gathered together in the evening at the cigar factory after Forged and Quinn's encounter with the Cult of Fenris. It's an opportunity to catch up, to get on the same page, to fill Raymond in, who has been on a bit of a Bane Tender walkabout for the past couple of weeks, and get everyone caught up to speed. Little do they know the threat that is looming just outside of the factory at this moment, but we'll get to that shortly. As all of you have come together, along with Stakes, the scene is yours.
Glad you're back with cell service.
Ray will turn to Delphine, looking freshly bathed, but still has that look of griminess and just dirt that just has clung to him because of the past 2 weeks that he spent in the swamp area with Eliza doing all the Bane tending training that he could fit into 2 weeks. Yeah, no, I would have brought my phone with me, but last time I went had no service and the phone died. So it made sense not to bring it this time, so that way I could actually contact you guys when I got out.
One of these days you're gonna get back, and I'm expecting like a full, peace, love, and no war kind of like hippie shirt on, like maybe a blunt in hand too.
So, just to fill you in really quick, Willow got kidnapped.
Look of shock crosses Ray's face and just kind of stares blankly at Delphine. Excuse me, what?
She'll turn to Quinn.
Yeah, Willow and I got ambushed in Ybor, and apparently we got ambushed again recently was forged.
Yeah, we were just doing a patrol, and next thing you know, in the crowded street, group of young, looking assholes came up to us, trying to instigate us. Walked away, just changed a little bit, fucked with them a little bit, but nothing happened.
We haven't got a clear lead on where she's being kept. We know she's safe, thanks to Eliza. But from what we were told, it's that Rook guy basically hired them, I guess, to grab her. And Fenris showed up again to try to make a deal with us. We didn't take it. But from what we were able to gather talking to Fenris, he's not able to reach them. They're not listening to him. They're going beyond what even he would set them out to do. So, a little bit more finagling on my part. I spoke to him again, and he's not going to intervene. So he's basically going to play bystander for right now.
That is a lot. You kind of explained it, but how did Willow get captured? Like, what happened?
We were ambushed. We tried to escape. We got split up. She got taken, and I had to run.
Yeah, they're just walking in on our territory, wanting to throw hands and talk shit. And I think we're gonna have to do something at some point here, because they're gonna keep doing it. They're gonna keep coming to our territory. They're gonna keep doing more and more if we let them get away with it. At some point, we're gonna have to set our foot in the sand. Make the line in the sand and figure out what we're gonna do. If we just keep giving, they're gonna keep taking.
From a spiritual side, I kind of want to capitalize on this separation of the spirit with them. Because without a patron spirit supporting them, they're not as strong as they could be. And I think we have some leeway there. He's been obsessed with us, let's be frank, since hell. He followed us from hell. He hasn't left us alone. And he keeps involving himself with us. I think we could try to maybe attempt something similar to what Jester did when she helped that avatar of Bat, and she brought back a fraction of White Bat. If we could help reunite this aspect of Fenris with Wolf, maybe we could potentially get a powerful ally, at least from the spirit side of things.
I mean, if they did it with the turtle guy, they brought back Turtle. I mean, they've done the impossible, right? So I mean, why not?
At the end of the day, Fenris is of Gaia, cares for Gaia, wants to protect Gaia. He's just angry. And it's no different. I feel like it's no different than when one of us is suffering from the big mad. We can recover from it. We just have to work on it.
And if he's not choosing to work on it, he's never going to get better.
I might have convinced him to take a chance on us.
Really?
Have you ever seen Fenris lowered his head to anyone? Because I was able to experience that.
Pretty sure he called me a bitch at one point, but, you know.
He calls a lot of people a bitch.
Could I have everyone roll me a wits and awareness, please?
Is this
Okey
site
doodly.
based?
No.
Rage?
I would say Quinn and Forged are at a rage 2, the other two at a rage 1. They've been given no reason to be.
That is a 4 successes from me, storyteller.
Huh?
3 successes for Quinn.
3 successes for Delphine.
I'm gonna use a willpower. I got 3 successes, but does my sense danger trigger? Where
Yes.
if I fail a roll? Okay.
Well, thankfully you didn't fail. So, through one of the cracked or broken windows that has yet to be replaced, you hear the sound of clinking glass. Clink, 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 clink. And then you hear, "Hellhounds, come out and play."
When did their name even become that for, like, everyone to know at this point? Fuck.
I'll approach the window and narrow my eyes. Ooh, how many do I see?
As you look out onto the street, you see the silhouette of 6 Guru, or individuals, humans, standing just across the street underneath the spotlight of the street lamp that seems to be sending a pool across the ground. Most of them, their features are obscured and shadowed as it's kind of backlighting them. But the one who's in the front holding 2 glass bottles, just tinking them together off of their fingers, appears to be Kyle.
Delphine will pull out her phone, walking away from the window, and she'll just form a group chat, including Izzy, Jace, and who else? And Terrence. And just a quick message saying fanatics are at the factory. And then send a separate text to Jordan saying, "Stay home, don't argue with me."
You receive a thumbs up.
And then she'll just look at her pack mates. What do we want to do?
We can't stay inside. They know we're here. They know where our Karen is. We who knows what they're gonna do if we just stay in here. They might trash the place.
We can't fight him in the street. It's a neighborhood.
We'll have to see what we can do then. I don't think we can just hide in here.
We can meet him at the door.
From outside, you hear, "Come on, puppies. Here, good puppies. Come, puppy, puppy, puppy."
I want to move to the window so I could get a view on it and like their positioning, like how they're, I don't posed, I guess, so I can get a better understanding of what their intentions are right now.
Yeah, so one of them is clearly at the front with 5 of them kind of in a half circle shape behind them. They seem actually surprisingly relaxed. You can see that a couple of them appear to be a little bit more tense and rigid, but for the most part, you can see Victoria is holding on to the lamppost and swinging around it. She has this very like pixie punk vibe with some dyed hair and a leather jacket with a crop top underneath and a mini skirt with high-heeled boots. as she just kind of swings back and forth, chuckling and laughing at Kyle's gestures.
Let's go to the front door, guys.
We can try to talk to them, but I don't think it's going to work.
Well, there's a fence between us and them. It's a chain link fence, but it's still something that they have to physically climb or get through.
And if we can buy enough time, maybe one of the others can show up. Make it a little bit more even.
From my position at the window, do I have view of like the front door if they were to approach it and approach the chain link fence?
I would say, yeah, why not? I think you have a pretty decent view. There's enough windows along the front of the building that it's possible to move your way up and get a good sight out onto the street. At this point, Stakes looks to all of you and says, I'm going to circle around back. They won't see me, so don't worry about it. Just keep your heads. Stay cool. Don't lose it. At this point, she turns into Lupus and slithers her way out through the rear entrance of the factory out into the night.
As Stakes leaves, still having my eyes outside the window, I'm going to pull my gun out from its holster and glance down on it, check the mag, load it back in, prime it, and have my gun out, just staring out. I can stay here and keep an eye on them, see if any of them separate or have any plans of doing something different while you guys go.
Okay.
Right. I don't think the gun's a good idea. If a single shot goes off, we're getting swarmed by police. They're literally just down a few streets here.
So
we can't shoot.
Kent, would you say? Oh no, because then I can't. Never mind. If I do the whispered passage, it would silence us and we wouldn't be able to talk. Okay, never mind.
I think you're better coming in the front with us in case something does go down, because we can't. At least with Fist, they'll just think it's, some assholes getting into a street fight, which is not nearly gonna get nearly as much attention as a gunfight. Gunfight.
I get what you mean. I'll have it out just in case as a deterrent. Doubt it will matter, but
It's a statement, as much as it is an actual physical weapon. But let's just head downstairs.
Yeah, all right.
As you scale the stairs down to the first level, heading towards the front door, you hear from outside the door, "Come on, little puppies, put on your Sunday best."
Opening the door, Delphine will head on out front, and she'll just stand at the top of the steps, staring at them.
Kyle looks up at you at the top of the stairs, looking you up and down for a moment, and says, "Oh, that's disappointing. Is that really the best you can do?"
Is that really the best you can do? Acting like a bunch of juvenile delinquents in the worst 1960s film ever?
Working out for us so far. 1 down, 5 to go.
What do you want?
Well, had a little chat with your, I guess you could call it muscle earlier, and he had some shit to say, and I wasn't done with the conversation. Thankfully, he was generous enough to lead us back here. So I figured we could finish that conversation. Unless
You in
he's too much of a
charge?
coward.
You're talking to me now. Are you in charge?
For the moment, I'm the only one you have to concern yourself with.
What's your name?
Kyle.
All right, Kyle. You'll be addressing me now. So, no, you won't be finishing that conversation.
I'm shaking in my boots. So you're the voice, the face of this entire group?
I'm the one in charge.
Boy, they say put your best foot forward. This is a pathetic state.
Then why are you in charge? And she points to Victoria. I would think that she would be the one in charge since she seems to outmuscle you mostly, from what I've heard. Don't they generally put their strongest in charge in the cult?
Oh, trust me, you don't want her to be having this conversation right now because she just wanted to break in and murder all of you. I thought that wasn't enough fun. Victoria lets out a laugh as she swings once more around the post.
What's your idea of fun, Kyle?
I can be reasonable. My idea of fun is you all packing up shop and leaving. And being thankful that you're getting the opportunity to do so.
No.
Victoria says, I told you they weren't going to be reasonable. Well, that puts us in a bit of a predicament, doesn't it? Because I am the reasonable one, and I don't think this has to get violent as much as my companions here think it should. You're outgunned. You're alone, and mommy and daddy aren't nearby to help you, are they?
Man, you got that some bad intel, didn't you?
Oh, is this the part where we're gonna give some false bravado? Sure, enlighten me. What have you got?
We got plenty. More than enough to deal with you guys.
Really? Because last I heard, Aspen and Jester and good old Charles, your safety blanket, are all out of town.
And who did you hear that from?
A reliable source.
Are they, though? Or are they trying to get you guys to split up a little bit, even thin it out? Get you to come into the city where maybe people are waiting?
Maybe. Doesn't really matter. Even if they were here, it wouldn't change what we're doing. Because this is between you and us. If we wanted to bring in the higher-ups, it'd just get even more problematic. Don't you agree?
Who, Plato?
Or the other one. But you don't know about them yet, do you?
I know that they're just dragging you along on their own little personal bullshit instead of actually fighting for Gaia. Not even listening anymore to your guys' patron.
Don't begin to assume what you think you know.
What I think I know? No, what I know. You're not listening to your patron. Your patron can't reach you. Are you really, truly Cult of Fenris if you can't even hear the words of your own patron?
And are you naive enough to believe every word a spirit tells you? I thought you were a theurge. Sounds like you're just a naive, scared little girl.
You're the one being defensive right now.
Yeah, that's some major cope right there.
Oh, there he is. We weren't done talking.
No,
But you
you're
had to run
losing to.
home with your tail between your legs, didn't you?
Hey, man. I mean, she's piecing you up right now. I'm kind of enjoying this. Hey, I mean, if you can't even. She's just whooping your ass in this conversation.
I would expect someone of your intelligence to think that. No, she's just telling me what she thinks she knows, the assumptions that she's liking to make. But you know what they say about assumptions? Although, I've already seen your ass. And he gestures to Forged.
Quinn's
Fine
gonna
ass
step
that
in
is.
between. Oops. Quinn's gonna step in between Forged and Delphine, and he's gonna stand and say, "Okay, well, let's stop making assumptions then, and let's actually have a conversation here. This is our place. We were here first. What is it going to take for you guys to leave?"
Glad to see someone can be reasonable. What is it going to take for us to leave? It's really simple, actually, and requires very little on your part. Stay the hell out of the way. Because we have some business here to take care of. And once we're done, we'll move on. Someone's got to actually fight for Gaia in this city. But I know how all of you operate, all your bleeding hearts, all your truces with leeches. You all might as well just be joining them the way you take scraps from their table. So, let the real guru do what guru are supposed to, and you can all hide out in your little cairn, I guess. Although looking from the state of it, it looks more like a homeless shelter. Stay home, let the adults do the work. You do that, we're fine. What happened between you and me, that was just business. And that business is done. Doesn't have to be more than that.
Sure. I can understand your stance in this. What would benefit you if I said that we had some locations you could look into?
He looks back towards the others. You're offering an information swap?
Something like that. More of a leave us alone, give us a little bit more space, and we'll give you information on where to find most of these leeches.
Then give me a charisma and persuasion. Or manipulation and persuasion. I'll give you the choice, because you don't have to be charismatic about it to entice them.
Seven successes.
Let me consult with my friends here. See, they came in looking for blood and a fight, and they're going to be very disappointed. But that, that's a very, very juicy offer, because you're right. You have been here longer than we have. We just recently returned after a little bit of a sabbatical. But just a moment. And he turns to the others, and they all start to huddle together and discuss your proposition, leaving you amongst yourselves for a few moments, if you so wish.
Form our own huddle.
Can't give them the one anymore.
I think what's
It's too
next
close
after
to
we
home.
do this? Yeah, what's next after this? If we give them this information, we're essentially saying, yeah, you can do what you want. You can do what you need to do here. I don't know if we can actually do that. I think we need to make some sort of stand here to say that no, we're not going to let them do this.
But we have to think, if we also make a stand, we could antagonize the others. If we make a stand here, none of them can leave.
Let's also remember, though, that if they get attacked by those leeches or they attack those leeches, that's on them. They'll die.
Sure, but we have a truce with the leeches. They might not understand the Geru politics. All they'll know
And
is that
someone
Geru's
needs
attacked.
to tell them.
They might not care.
Sure, or they might not care. So that breaks the truce, and now we have to deal with the cult spirits and now the leeches again.
So we give them leeches not involved in the truce. We give them places outside the borders.
Do you think they'll care about that? They're here
They
in the
wanted the
city.
city.
They want the city. Yeah.
They don't respect us. They don't see us as equals in their eyes. They just, like I said, they see us as pups. We have to make them respect us. If they respect us, at least in any capacity, then we can come to the negotiation table better. But right now, they just see us as something they can steamroll and take everything from, and just expect us to lay on our backs and take it.
Delphine's gonna check her phone. Do I have any responses from Terrence or Izzy or any of them?
At the moment, no. It's only been a couple of minutes.
She curses under her breath and is just mentally visualizing the map. Is there a roll I could make to determine the least problematic, like what would would entice them but be the least problematic in terms of the truce?
Yeah. Give me a wits and
Street?
yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Wits and streetwise.
Would I be at a 2 rage since I've been getting demeaned this
Yeah, I
entire
think
time
so.
by these fucks? Okay. Four successes.
It's a really difficult thing to say for sure, because something that could be really strategic to your pack could actually be problematic to the others. The best location based off of your situation is likely the university, which was one of the cordoned off areas labeled as vampire property, so to speak. It's also the most remote and distant from your current location, whereas many of the others are in the downtown area, and that's pretty close to Ybor City, all things considered. Also, the castle is literally in the neighborhood. So that would be not necessarily advantageous for drawing eyes away. So right now, your best bet is the university. It's closer to the other cairn than it is to this one, but it is still kind of remote in comparison to everything else.
We could see if Jace or Izzy or whoever can give Bateman a little bit of a heads up and say that these Geru aren't involved with us. Be a nice little looking out sort of deal, as much as I hate it. But then we could give them the university.
You think they're going to be quiet on a university?
It's far away from all of us.
Doesn't mean they won't just slaughter people en masse. They don't care about starting a fight in the middle of Ybor. You think they're not going to care about starting a big fight in the university?
They're not it. Look, they're fucking insane, these people, but they're not idiots. They still operate under some quietness. They're not going to go full Krynos in the middle of the fucking quad.
No, but they might murder a room with, 1 leech and 5 normal people.
There's no good solution here.
We could try and make it. Why don't we try and make it a challenge then? Say that if they want this information, that they have to beat us in a game. I don't know, a challenge of some sort. I don't know which one we can try. They'll probably want to do violence. But of something, make them have to at least earn it.
We already have an opening. Why are we questioning this?
A lot of innocent people could just get harmed by this.
A lot of innocent people get harmed every day, Forged.
Yeah, but it's not. We're trying to make that better. We're not trying to be the reason why it happens and send a group of psychopaths to a university full of people.
Ray, what do you think?
I agree with Forged. Like, they're crazy, and we don't know what they're going to do at the university. And sending them there, hunting for leeches, yes, would save us, would save our situation. But the ramifications of it is going to potentially be bigger than you think. Yeah, we could give Bateman a heads up, but will Bateman care? This is a reason. This is a situation he can use to destroy the treaty that we have because, Garu attacked. Even if we gave him a heads up, who's to say that he even tells anyone that he got a heads up? Like, he just lets it slide by and boom, he has an in to start another conflict with us. And we're the ones that ended it, not them. So yeah, we can solve our issue right now with giving away this information, but it could lead to a lot more issues down the line that then we have to deal with again because it'll be all our fault.
The only thing I can think of is that we only entered this truce with them for iron. We don't need that anymore.
Sure, it's for iron, but it's also to not have to deal with too much at one time.
This could also benefit us in that if the truce gets broken, we'll have the cult on our side, relatively, to fight them.
Say on our side, like we are any sort of equal to them. They just see us as something that needs to be tossed to the side, and one day, I know guys like this, they're going to take what we have one day, or they're going to try and kill us for what we have. This is not, it's never enough for people like this. They will never be satisfied. They will never, if you show weakness, they're going to keep exploiting it.
I'm going to tell you the truth, Forged. That's Garu society. That is how Garus work. That is how everyone is going to treat you.
Ray, can you get a read on them?
I'll look over and I've been glancing back and forth this entire time, but now I'll like fully pay attention to the situation that's going on their side.
Give me a wits and insight.
Am I still at 1 rage or?
I'd say you're probably at 2 as well now.
Okay. So that was 2 successes, but I got a bestial. Could I try to argue like I'm trying to, I don't know, deliberately solve or logically solve, deliberately unearth like their intentions?
I can let that fly. Yeah, I think you're trying to unearth their intentions, and obviously you're not being coy about it. Like, you could just stare at them, which they would expect you to do. That's not like subtle, but it's pretty deliberate. Okay, so that makes it 6 successes then.
Yep.
There is definitely interest coming from certain members of the group, but there is outright annoyance from others. You get the vibe that they're kind of 2 minds here. Some of them just want to stamp you out to ensure that there isn't a problem, but you obviously know some things that they don't. They don't necessarily know the details of the treaty as far as you're aware, and so having hotspot locations is enticing. I mean, what was said by Delphine earlier about Fenris is true. They are still warriors of Gaia. They are still fighting for Gaia. So the idea of attacking the worm directly instead of worrying about you does have merit. That's what they're here to do, after all, supposedly.
It seems like they're split. Obviously, like Kyle said, they came for a fight, but it seems like some of them are trying to argue that what we can give them is worth it.
There's a split that could be taken advantage of. I mean,
At the end of the day, it's they're I was trying to bluff, but we don't have the numbers to deal with them right now.
Speaking of numbers, coincidentally, at this very same time, another member of the Sept arrives, having been seemingly spiritually called here through a thrumming string. Isidoro, having felt the vibrations of this spiritual pull calling to you, after hearing from Eliza and Terrence both that you have to really attune yourself to Gaia and that she won't steer you the wrong way, you decided to humor this exercise and follow this intuition, this pull. And now you find yourself approaching. You're probably about a block away at this point. You know that this is the location of the cigar factory that is to be the new cairn of the Hellhounds. But you see this imposing group of individuals seemingly huddled up on the other side of the street. Now, if you are trying to be sneaky, I'd like you to make a dexterity and stealth check. But if you are just walking up, then no check is necessary.
An Arun Izzy may be, but he's a bit smarter to not walk in front of a half dozen people. What is my current rage?
I would say you are also at a 2. Now, for everybody's reference, I will let you know that night has set in, so the moon is available to be howled at should the need call for it.
3 successes.
Okay. Keeping your distance, slowing your pace, that thrum, that picked guitar string seems stronger now than ever. You can feel the vibrations almost going through your entire body, pulled in this direction. Right now, there's no obvious hostility beyond the intimidating factor of a group of individuals that you can pretty safely assume to be Guru or something, squaring off against the pack of hellhounds that you see up on the stairs to the cigar factory.
I think Izzy, upon slipping back into cover, sort of having that weird, like, oh, stumbled into something moment, will set down the laundry he'd been carrying for God knows how long, as he digs into his phone pocket to immediately go to text the people inside and sees maybe like 2 or 3 messages. Oh, shit. He will merely say 5 o'clock from intruders, and then whatever he gleams is maybe like the distance, I don't know, like 30 feet away, 20 feet away, 50
Oh,
feet
probably
away.
like 300 yards away. Like you're
you
down
go.
an entire city block, so.
Okay, so he will give his direction and just hit send and hold position until something happens from his vantage or he gets a follow-up text.
Okay. So you receive a text, Delphine.
Delphine will see the text and start looking in the trying to not very obviously look around, but she is trying to try to spot him.
Sure. Give me a wits and investigation. You have to beat his 3 successes to be able to spot him.
I got exactly 3 successes.
Okay. Well, in this particular case, the tie goes to the defender, which would, I suppose, be you in this particular instance, as they are the one being sneaky and kind of skulking. So, yes, you do at least get a vague idea as to where he is. You can kind of make out a figure positioned a little further away.
Just making it look like I'm still enraptured in a conversation with the pack. I'll just mutter, Izzy's here. He's hiding just over there. And she'll then be texting on her phone to Izzy. What's more important, the truce or a fight?
Izzy will think really hard as he simultaneously tries to leverage what he thinks is important, what his pack mates might think is important, what's best for the sept, as he has a little bit of analysis paralysis, staring down at the text and goes, "Your call, question mark, question mark, question mark."
Izzy's letting us make the call.
6 of us versus them. 2 of us are ready to ambush.
Yeah, I'll even throw in the text message to Stakes is somewhere around. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do Mind Speak. I'm going to spend the willpower, do Mind Speak. And I'm going to reach out to Eliza.
Okay. You have to make the roll for that one because she isn't in the immediate vicinity, so the difficulty is a little bit higher.
I got 4 successes.
Okay. You are able to mind speak.
Eliza?
Delphine?
Colt's here. Quinn has them arguing over potentially getting some info on where the leeches are, but I don't know. What do you think? Is it worth a fight? Are the leeches really worth a fight?
There's a long pause before she gives any kind of response, as if she's mulling over the question. Nothing is worth all of you getting hurt. But there are potential ramifications yet to be discovered in this moment. I think an outright assault on them would be foolish. If they've come to you, they have the upper hand at the moment. They've got you boxed in. I would say your best course of action at this moment is to do whatever it takes to get them to leave. Buy yourself some time. This could potentially reveal a great deal of information about their intentions. And if they're looking for violence, they won't be dissuaded away from it. But if they aren't, and you can bargain with them in some fashion to get them to leave, maybe they aren't as aggressive as we assumed.
Understood. And she'll keep the connection open, but will look to her pack and just we're not fighting them. And she'll send the same response to Izzy.
I still think we should try and make it a challenge for them to get it, but if it's
They don't
your
have
call.
honor. They don't have honor. Their patron might. They don't.
At this point, having been several minutes, Kyle turns back to all of you. We accept. But we have a condition. We want at least one of you to come with us. Not now, but when the time comes that we decide to make a move, we want to know that you're not bullshitting us and setting us up for some kind of problem. And if you're as capable as you protest, this shouldn't be an issue, should it?
She'll kind of look to her pack mates to gauge their thoughts on that.
Come on. Are you warriors for Gaia? Are you friends of the worm?
One moment, Kyle.
Oh, please, take all the time you need. We're in no rush.
If we agree to this, maybe we add the clause that one of them stays with us while one of ours is with them.
They're not going to agree to that.
And what would it do for us?
It would keep that one safe.
If you really,
I'm willing to be the one to do it.
You sure you can do it? I'm not doubting your, hands, but they're going to expect you to be on the front lines fighting with them. Do you think you can handle that?
For the most part, probably. But I'm also the one that suggested this, so I feel an obligation to being the one to go as well. And I'm pretty okay with fighting leeches.
She looks to Ray. Ray, just based on looking at them, which one would you think we should take?
I mean, if they accept our deal, definitely not the one that was spinning on that light post, because she looks very unhinged. Staring at all of them, could I make a deduction on which one would be the best choice? I guess, because I'm looking at this as like a hostage situation. Because yeah, we're sending one of us to them. We want someone of theirs to like have insurance.
Okay, sizing them up. Give me a wits, and this is going to be a very strange roll. I'll give you a couple of options. Wits and insight, politics, or leadership.
I'm gonna gamble with the wits and leadership.
Okay. Go ahead and make the roll.
Five successes.
Looking over the 6 individuals assembled here in front of you, you can see that Kyle is clearly the leader at the moment. Victoria does look ready to spring, slightly unhinged, and probably holding a very strong power within, even in her diminutive frame. But you look towards the edges of the group, and reading them a little bit more carefully, you see one who seems to be a little bit fidgetier than the others. They look young compared to the rest being in their 20s. They look maybe 20 at best on a good day. And Their eyes just seem to keep darting back from their group to yours, kind of nervously. You could tell that they must be low on the totem pole as they are kind of further towards the outside.
Seeing that and kind of watching him for a few seconds, I'll turn to Delphine. The one on the end, the one that's looking fidgety.
She glances and then looks at Quinn. You for them.
Okay.
Well,
She nods to Quinn to go ahead. She trusts him in this.
We accept the terms with our own condition.
Kyle just sort of chuckles. All right, I'll hear you out. Not sure how much room you have to negotiate right now, but humor me.
For your protection of safety and for ours, we would like to keep one of yours with us. Well, one of ours goes with you.
Fine, but we get to choose who.
I'm going to look over at Delphine and Ray.
You choose one of us or you choose one of yours?
Oh no, it doesn't matter which one of you comes with us. You can choose that. No, we're going to choose who your guest will be. And I assume because you're so honorable, I can trust that nothing bad will happen to them, right?
Well, we're not the one wanting to spring right now. And she glances at the group. And she just leans in to whisper to Quinn, try to convince him to make it the twitchy one.
Quinn will ponder this for a moment and say, can we have a hand in discussing who might be the appropriate person?
Of yours?
No, of yours.
Oh, sure. Make a request. What's your recommendation?
And Quinn will point towards the individual who's shaking a little bit and say, they don't look like much of a fighter. They'll probably die if they go with us. Or with you.
Kyle looks down the line towards the member you've gestured at. He begins to speak, but before he can, seeming to materialize from behind the lamppost comes a man with lightish brown, almost blonde hair with shocks of gray and silver in it, and a full beard, looking significantly older than the rest, possibly 20 years or so older than the rest. I volunteer. Kyle looks behind him towards the man, giving a little bit of an incline of his head. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I'll be happy to acquiesce to your request.
Can I get a read on this guy?
Yeah, roll me a wits and insight. The difficulty is 6.
I on my 7 dice, I got 6 successes.
You get a logical coldness. Out of all of the individuals you've attempted to read here, he is seemingly the least twitchy or violent of the group, to an alarming degree.
I don't know about this. He
Who are
seems ready
you?
for this.
Places a hand on his chest and says, "My name is Ethan."
We were told about Ethan, right?
Yes. He seemed to be the reasonable one of them.
She glances at the pack and just at her pack, and she just goes, "That's one of their leaders." And
I
she'll
couldn't quite hear you.
that's one of their leaders. And she just stares at him for a moment. We might not be if we bring it might could be a good thing, could be. Oh, I still have the connection with Eliza, Ethan's here.
All right. You could hear even a sigh in her mind as if she's taking a deep breath in.
He's offering to be a hostage for us whenever they go out and do a job with one of ours. Is that a bad idea?
One thing that I can say for certain is if he gives you his word, no harm will come to you. He will abide by that.
Ethan, would you give your word that no harm would come to us while you stay with us?
What harm could I do? There are so many of you and just me.
But would you give your word?
Of course.
And she'll look to Quinn and nod.
Okay. We accept these terms.
Kyle seems a little bit unnerved by this development, but then just shakes it off. Do we get to make our recommendation?
Sure, you can make a recommendation, just as we did.
We want the big one. He likes to fight.
Forge will look to Delphine, look to Quinn.
Ford would try to keep the casualties to any harm to the people on a minimum, so I think it's not the worst idea.
Sure.
And he's the best fighter out of all of us, so.
It would send a message that we're not weak.
I'd like to remind also all of you that Forged has lost his wolf more than any of you.
That is true.
And has frenzied on multiple occasions that you know of.
But I'm really strong.
She pauses at that and thinks for a moment. Actually, no. They'd be poking at him the whole time, and no offense, Forge, but you're very close to your wolf.
I've gotten better, though.
I know. But they might antagonize you to force you to do something you don't want to do. Quinn, volunteer.
Quinn will look over to Kyle and say, the strong one has decided not to go. I am volunteering myself.
Why am I not surprised? This is acceptable. We didn't get to talk enough last time we ran into one another, so What better time than the present? All right. We're going to take a little time to look into the target. Speaking of which, what is the target? As that was part of the deal.
Quinn will look over at Delphine.
University.
I see. All right. Give us 2 weeks to prepare our operation, at which point we will visit again, make the exchange, and we'll see who gets schooled. Well, you heard them. We're going to actually do some good work in this area. It's been in need of it. Don't you agree, guys? At this point, the others kind of mill about a little bit. Some of them look disappointed or annoyed by this development. Other ones seem to be interested and actually excited at the idea of actually getting to fight the real fight. Ethan, however, has not even blinked the entire time. His gaze just fixed on all of you. Very well. I look forward to our conversation in 2 weeks. He is the last to break eye contact as the others start moving down the street. He simply backs up to the lamppost, and as he steps behind it, vanishes. So, Izzy, having watched this development, roll me a wits and awareness to see just how much you were able to hear of the conversation. As you are about a block away, that's more distance than people think, and there's a lot of ambient noise that the city can give off that can make these things a little harder to hear.
2 successes.
Not entirely sure what was said, but something seems to have been agreed upon, and the 2 groups are parting ways, giving you ample opportunity to approach if you so choose.
I think he's going to play it just a little safe as he sends one text of call ?
She'll tell him you can cut through you can cut around the house across the street. We're renting it, and then come into the building.
He will do as instructed and scamper his way in.
As you approach, and the pack reconvenes inside of the building, Stakes doesn't return.
She makes note of that, but she trusts Stakes and knows that she won't do anything to get into trouble. And she'll look at Izzy and frown a little bit. Sorry, we couldn't do a fight right now, man.
Listen, the point of fighting is to earn something. And right now we earn safety, even if we didn't have to put claws up. I'm just glad everyone's good. Yeah?
Yeah, but we have got basically 2 weeks to make sure that truce doesn't fall apart.
Well, you got 2 weeks.
Do you guys know, do you want us to contact Bateman, or do you contact Bateman? What's...
Funny enough, the last meeting I had, Jason made a mention of a situation involving him chatting with Bateman about the Cult of Fenris. Obviously, I can speak for what we talked about, but one of you might want to get in contact with him if you want more specific details. Basically, it is the opinion of our pack that it's best if we impart upon the leeches that the cult is a negative, outside our jurisdiction force, in the same way that the leeches tend to get kind of needly about some of their kind. And he was willing to go as a single party to chat with Bateman to get the illusion that everything was fine.
Except this deal, they're going to see one of us rolling with the cult.
They don't know that
doing
Quinn's new. They might not know he's part of us yet.
You don't think they know?
We can dye his hair.
I think I'll be fine.
We had to do it, Forged. We don't have the numbers right now. They know Aspen and Jester and Charles aren't here, by the way. I don't know how they know, but they know.
That's not good. That is not good.
I bluffed. I said that they got bad intel, but I don't know if they believed me or not.
I think as the conversation takes a little, he will immediately pull out his phone and start texting. Just trying to get as much info across to the rest of the Sept of the Evening Star as he can.
Eliza, and she taps on her head. Eliza's tuned in, and she's been relaying. She'll do a brief relay summary of what the agreement was with them, that Ethan's going to be at their cairn in 2 weeks.
She would simply say, don't underestimate him. He may have betrayed the old Sept, but also they were given the choice to leave. He took it. Just don't underestimate him by any capacity. I believe he can do more harm with his mind than he could do with his body.
She'll look to everyone. Okay, so Ethan is going to be coming here in 2 weeks. And Eliza is saying that he is one we have to be careful around, that it's not his body that's going to do more harm, it's his mind.
So we're inviting the great tactician who can potentially talk to also the spirits in our cairn, in our area, directly into our home base.
They already know where our home base is, because we weren't careful.
This, Ethan. Do you know anything about him?
He's one of their leaders. He's part of the old Sept.
Moon sign? Any notable wants or needs? History? You say you're chatting with Eliza, right?
What's his boon? And do you know any weaknesses of his?
Well, he's in a rune, which you wouldn't know it by looking at him. As far as weaknesses, from what I understood about Ethan, now bear in mind this information is over a decade old. He wanted to be a lupusborn so badly, but wasn't. He felt more of a kinship with the wolf than with man. He cared more about the fight any of the rules that came along with the fight, as he was once a Shadow Lord.
He was a Shadow Lord Arone.
Yes.
Okay. And she says as much to the pack. So that's not good. I think in the time between now and this exchange, we need to gather as much info as we can, because when it comes to psychological warfare, it's good to have your own ammunition. Forged, Ray, could you... Forge, I know I already asked you to go, but if you can take Ray with you to see if you can get any of that stuff that Eliza mentioned about that Plato might have left behind. Fenris showed me where Alara was killed. So maybe start searching around there in Lettuce Lake Park. Also Greer's storage. He had an apartment, but I don't know if people are living in it now. I could talk to Alara with Quinn, if you'd be willing to meet with her. She's, as Eliza puts it, a sassy broad.
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
And then we just make contingencies. She looks at Izzy to make sure that the truce stays in effect.
I can't promise anything. I can only promise that I will plan.
She sighs a little bit. I just know we couldn't afford a fight right now. I'm sorry for putting the truce at risk.
No. You were definitely in a hard spot, and the fact that you, all of you, managed to have Cult of Fenris pack walk away without bites and snarls and howls is impressive. I would have just started making trash talk and, well, things would have gone from there, but you seem to have an angle on him.
As you all are reeling or kind of letting all of this moment soak in, you hear this screech of the back door opening, and you see Lupus form Stakes come trotting in, and she opens her mouth and out drops a cigarette butt onto the ground. She noses it in Quinn's direction expectantly before looking up at them and letting her tongue loll out and her tail wag a little bit.
Quinn smiles and will pick up the cigarette.
There's a strong odor coming off of it that is very distinct with smoking, but also a little bit of lipstick around the butt. She looks up at the cigarette again, looks at you with her one eye with intent, and then jerks her head in an easterly direction, as if to say, I'm going to follow.
Quinn will nod his head, and he'll say, I think I'm gonna do some buddy systems with Stakes.
Okay. Be safe. Don't engage if you can avoid it.
Sure.
If you do find Willow.
I'll try.
Izzy, I know they might have left already, but I think you should just stay here tonight just to avoid leading them back to the main cairn.
I was not asking to crash on your couch, but I'm glad you invited me.
So as the scene comes to a close, as tensions settle, I'd like to ask what's going through each of your minds after this encounter with the cult. An unexpected turn after how it was presented originally. Let's go ahead and start with Raymond.
Ray has mixed feelings about what transpired. He is happy and relieved that there was not a big fight, because we were definitely outnumbered and potentially outgunned. Even with Izzy showing up, that fight could have been nasty. But he's still worried about the fact that we potentially just broke that truce that was made. Yeah, it was the better option. Yes, it saved us a fight, but will we be able to deal with the repercussions of it? Because we're going to be the ones that are going to have to fix it, because we're the ones that caused it.
Let's go to Quinn.
Quinn couldn't care less on giving anyone information about where the leeches are. This was an easy decision for him to kind of give that assessment in there, especially if it meant not having to have to fight, not having to have to put the pack in danger. And it was information that, if the cult already has information about the Sept, they probably could have gotten the information that we had about the leeches as well. So he's fine with everything that's happened.
Forged.
Perhaps alternatively to many of his pack mates, Forge feels like this was a total fucking loss for him, as he avoids looking at everyone else, like his fist balled, quite upset in what transpired. The feeling of feeling, helpless in a situation where he couldn't do anything. There was nothing he was allowed to do or could do in this scenario to help. He felt that he was made to feel like he was just a fuck up, with Delphine stating that we were careless to lead them back, even though he tried hard to not be followed. He did his best to do that. And also, even in front of the cult, his own packmate Quinn said that he refused to go on this mission, as opposed to, making him look weak in front of the cult now. So everyone essentially, dunked on him in a way. These cult members just got away with trash talking him the whole time, and he just feels powerless and resentful of this lack of power.
Delphine.
Delphine is a flurry of emotions right now. She doesn't like the truce with the leeches, but she understands why it's necessary right now. But at the same time, if she has to choose, she had to make the decision. Like, if she had to make the decision between her pack and vampires, she was going to pick her pack. Truce be damned. She doesn't like the uncertainty of this Ethan guy coming in and volunteering to basically be their temporary hostage. She knows that he's going to try to pull shit. And she is worried about Quinn going off with them. But right now, it's a matter of taking the smaller hits where they can. She trusts that Quinn can handle himself. He's been in Guru society a lot longer than the rest of them, and he can handle himself, and he will know how to handle these people, but it doesn't stop her from worrying nonetheless.
And finally, Isidoro.
Isidoro was present and received detail for maybe like a quarter of the context for all the conversations at most. And as he wanders about, marveling for the first time at this fancy new cairn in the making, maybe casting a, hey, how's it going look to each of the hellhounds, he'll stare out one of the windows and watch the twinkle of the night sky as he centers himself once again having spent an afternoon meditating with two of his new and newer confidants, thinking about how the echoes of some force led him here. And he thought he was going to fight, because as an Arun, he's been tempered to think that whenever he rolls in, that is what he is going to do. But the Hellhounds seem to have found a way. And though he knows this truce thing is a thing worth keeping, especially in the absence of Aspen, he also knows that as Wormfoe, his number one priority is the defense of his fellow Garu.
We transition now to our next scene. Will-O-Wisp. It's been about 2 days since you had your meeting with Rook in the pit, when you awoke to find yourself confined, which brings its own anxieties, dredges up old trauma, but the conversation is really what stood out to you most. Rook of the Iron Bells is, for all intents and purposes, blood relation. But is he family? Because family is something that we choose. Blood relation or no. Family is a state of thought, a feeling we impress upon those we surround ourselves with, especially on a common basis. Yes, you can be linked to someone through blood, but you might not know anything about them. In fact, in a way, many of us are linked through distant relation, but will we consider them family? Not necessarily. But family also shows up. And while his methods may have been unorthodox, in theory, he could be the only reason you're still alive, still safe. And over these 2 days, you've had visitation in the form of raw meat being thrown into the pit, or maybe even a trapped squirrel or rabbit still alive being tossed down to you. But no one has bothered to talk. Nobody has bothered to make contact with you. So as we are here on the third day, as you awaken in the same pit, the same walls of dirt, heavy packed, the feeling of sand and even a little bit of water at the bottom of the pit. What is Willow's mindset currently?
Willow is trying everything in their power to not get so bored that they just end up scratching at the walls. So they've been humming to themselves, trying to do handstands to get the blood flowing down to their head, think more, just scratching doodles into the walls of dirt, just anything to just keep themselves occupied and stop thinking constantly about how much they would like to go home and how much they feel conflicted about going home, but also what is home at this point, and if Stonejaw's really here, should I go home? It's just a huge conflict of emotions.
About mid-morning, as you awaken with the sun streaming in through the grate up above, you actually see the grate lifted open, and backlit by the mid-morning sun, you see Rook standing at the edge of the pit. He throws down a rope to you that seems to have knots kind of purposefully put throughout the rope, giving you footholds or handholds to climb out. He looks expectantly at you.
Well, looks around for half a moment, looks at the rope, and scrambles up that fucking rope faster than anyone has ever scrambled up a rope.
Okay. I don't need to make you make a roll for it. But as you start scrambling up the rope with intention going toward the top, Rook doesn't seem to take any pose other than to prepare to offer a handout to you. But about 2/3 of the way up this rope, two furry heads stick their noses in over the edge. And two of your original broodmates, two of your original pack, a brother and a sister, look over at you. Now, go ahead and describe for me the makeup of your original pack, your lupus family.
They were originally a lot larger, but after numbers had dwindled from lots of testing and cages and being moved around, what was left was a very small, wiry, malnourished group. And looking at them, sort of that recognition, just tears, and just seeing how full their faces are. They don't look as withered, and they're still smaller in stature because a lot of us were taken too young and we didn't get to properly develop. But you can still see like how full the faces are, as they're all just, some of them are a little more red and brown mottled, but there's still that very Willow-esque face that's extremely expressive for a wolf, just sort of staring down.
Your brother, for all intents and purposes, gives out an excited yip and actually like steps back and forth on his paws as if he's trying to dig at the edge of the pit excitedly. Rook offers out a hand to you to help pull you completely out of the pit, and in one swift motion manages to do so, almost lifting you off of the rope before depositing you on the earth next to the edge of the pit. This is where you are truly assaulted in your senses, as 5 other wolves stand nearby at the edge of the pit, a little bit further back. And in the center of the 5 is Stonejaw. And while you can still see the marks and the wear of the time spent in the facility, they do look, for the most part, healthier, on the path to recovery. Some of them have still shaved patches on their bellies that look like they're starting to grow the fur back. Others might have a notch in their ear or some scars along their muzzle. But the excitement is palpable amongst the entire group. And as Rook deposits you on the ground, he looks to you and he says, "I told you I'd bring them."
Willow doesn't even look at him and just immediately begins like shifting into lupus to sort of go and like interact and play.
Roll me a wits and awareness. What'd you get?
Just 3.
3 successes is enough. Looking around, you can see that all of your siblings are excited to see you, hopping around, preparing to engage, but your mother is a little bit more stoic, a little bit more withdrawn, and you can see why as you follow her gaze over across the pit to the other side, where a group of homage-shaped individuals seem to be standing a good 30 or 40 feet away, watching with very curious gazes, some of them a little bit more predatory than others, but none of them posing any kind of obvious threat. As you go to engage with your old pack mates, Rook crosses the distance between your group and the other group and begins discussing with a man who has very brown hair in a beard with shocks of gray and silver in a long mane that seems to be tied up in a ponytail. He has a journal that he seems to be clutching to his chest as the two of them discuss in hushed tones. What do you wish to do?
Can I listen in on that conversation at all?
Sure. Give me a wits and insight, because I'll say with your 3 and the sounds of play and yipping around you, it's a little bit harder to hear, but I can at least give you the emotional kind of vibe off of it. Unless you choose to approach, at which point you can freely...
No.
Okay.
100% not. But that's only 3 successes.
There is a heightened tension that can be felt between the two groups, mostly coming off of Rook in their direction, in the direction of the other group. But you can also tell there seems to be some sort of negotiation going on.
I will sort of let him do whatever Hamid nonsense for paying for his choice to kidnap me and work with Fenris. And I will sort of bow in reverence to Stonejaw.
Stonejaw watches on at the discussion taking place across the pit for a moment before looking to you, those almost amber golden eyes, seemingly pleasantly surprised and joyful, but restrained, especially considering the circumstances, as the younger of the pack are just completely swept up in the excitement of it all. Someone has to be on guard. Someone has to be on watch, because they have clearly traveled a good distance to be here, out of their element, into an unknown territory that is clearly claimed by these other individuals. But as she looks to you, that wary expression slowly melts away, and she leans her head forward to you, offering to kind of like nuzzle against the side of your face.
And it's like immediate, like no time has passed, like just nuzzle, like head under chin, like just full affectionate, mildly playful, but Stonejaw can clearly see the wear and tear, and almost like Willow has aged a little past when it hasn't been that long, but looks a little older and acts a little older.
You can see that she kind of zeroes in on some of the scarred areas and sniffs at them and licks at them gently, showing concern in a way a mother only can. And then she starts to almost preen at you, like licking and pawing some of the hair to like flatten it slightly. She starts to do what she's always done, which is tend to her baby.
And I'll let her start for half a moment before sort of like nuzzling away, and sort of like, no, I don't need that anymore. and sort of that sort of weary, tired, sad look comes back to Willow's face, and there's a clear conflict as they're like, they step back a little bit to sort of try and communicate there's something I need to communicate that's important, and not, it's almost like they've forgotten how to really say that in Wolf.
At this point, Rook returns, still in his Hamid form, not completely turning his back on the other group, still very wary about them and their intentions as he approaches and kneels down beside you. They'll understand you if you speak.
Willow will nod and shift back into Hamid.
They're not as unaware of what we are as others might be.
I know, it's very complicated, and it shouldn't have been, and this could have been easier. This could have been much easier.
I know. You're not wrong, and I don't expect you to accept any form of apology. I have negotiated your release. But now you have to make a choice. Because I can't keep them here. It's not safe. Neither they end up in a zoo or some kind of sanctuary, and we both know they wouldn't like that, no matter how nice it is. I have to lead them back north. And I have maybe a week that I can keep them here before we have to leave.
Willow's bottom lip will start to quiver, and it's clear that they're choking something back. It's like, see, and we'll just like starts to talk, stops, and then looks at everyone. I can't. You said a week.
Yes. There is some woodland near here where they'll be safe, but hunting season is year-round here. And I'd have to keep them on the move to ensure that nobody catches on. You want to go back to them, I'll understand. But I felt like you needed the choice not to have it made for you just because you changed. You still have a family that loves you and needs you, that you can still be with. But I also understand this transition, this change. Well, it changes things.
It does. And it is conflicting. All of these Hamid thoughts and emotions make things complicated, and I'm very done with it all, but...
Believe me, I get it. It's why I always found time to come be with my litter, my family. And that's why I might have been a little more aggressive than I should have been, but talking's never been my strong suit.
Willow will take a deep breath and then suddenly get that childish glimmer back in their eye for half a moment. And be like, you know what? If what we are facing is truly that bad, and I am needed that much, I have conditions.
You can see a slight amused glimmer enter into his very hard, yellow, reflective eyes. All right.
I get to say goodbye to the people I care about.
Why do you think I negotiated a week? They wanted us to leave immediately.
I'm not done. You apologized to Quinn. He did not deserve your ire, nor your pain, nor your suffering. He has caused no harm to me. He has only tried to take care of me when I was alone and did not know where else to go. That is why Unicorn led me to him. You will apologize to him, or I do not go.
He frowns very deeply at that. You know what he's done, don't you?
That is in the past. People grow and change. That is the nature of being Hamid.
Look at you taking to the Hamid side this quickly. It's obnoxious, you know.
It is a very large word. People keep saying that word to me, and no one tends to define it, and I'm very sick of that. So, no, I don't care if you like it or not. It is the truth, and I'm going to speak it.
Give me a charisma or manipulation and persuasion or intimidation.
I think charisma and persuasion, if I can. Is that a good mix?
Yeah.
Okay. That is 6 successes.
He stares at you for a long time. You can see that there is a lot of conflict in his head that isn't quite showing on his face, but a wolf knows. They have an intuition for these kinds of things when you see them bristle. And even he, in his Hamid form currently, is showing some of those same traits, as if the hair is standing up on edge and on the back of his neck. If I do this, you'll go with us? Because that's the only way I agree.
And you promise not to cause any more harm here.
I have no intention to return here. Ever.
I hope to someday come back once our fight is done, if we ever get there. Because I do love these people. They are my family as much as Stonejaw is. But yes, I will go with you.
Kid, if our fight is ever done, I'll be happy to see you visit. But I'm going to be completely honest with you, and I don't know how much of this you're going to get. Or how much of this you've gotten. We're a long way from then.
That is why Unicorn chose me. Because I still have hope. And that is in short supply.
Unicorn. It fits. but I think you and I are going to be bickering quite a bit.
Oh, yes. Every bit of all of my charm and optimism that I give to Quinn all of the time, you will be getting in spades. Get used to it, Uncle.
All right. We're going to make sure that they are secure, safe, in a den near here. And then I'll take you back to them.
Good.
At that, he turns back towards Stone Jaw. He leans down and places a hand on either side of her jaw and leans in and presses his forehead against hers. Told you I'd find her. Then he scratches behind the ears and stands up and starts to lope off, slowly transitioning into his lupus form as he leads you and your pack away from this confinement, away from this terrible place. What is Willow thinking now as she is reunited with their family and knowing they might have to say goodbye to a family they just found?
The conflict is lessened a little, but knowing that a decision's been made and knowing that justice in some sense will be served for all the pain and suffering this has caused and all the fear and paranoia. But it's so soured. It feels like I just got here and I just really started to get to know everyone, but I know I'm needed elsewhere, and I can't say no to that as much as I would like to.
The fight for Gaia isn't in one place. It's everywhere. And across the distance, across the many, many miles, even across oceans, Guru are fighting. And in many places, they're losing. But maybe, just maybe, takes a little enthusiasm and positivity to turn the tide. Because while Will-O-Wisp has spent very little time in Tampa, they've learned much and seen that maybe things can be done differently. Maybe there's a way to go about this that isn't tarnished or sullied by old nation teachings. Because Willow was never part of the old nation. All they know is what they've seen. And maybe, just maybe, that'll make all the difference. This is where we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Quinn, you and Stakes headed off to follow the scent of the discarded cigarette butt, to follow the trail of the Cult of Fenris as they retreated back from their encounter at the cigar factory. At first, it was very slow going and a long, long way, only because you had to navigate the ever-growing and ever-busy city streets of Tampa, and going from Ybor City to your inevitable location, that took some maneuvering and time. That being said, I'd like you to roll me a wits and survival, but you can add 2 dice bonus from Stakes to see how much of the trail you can take. Now, if you do this in Lupus, you also gain an additional 2 dice from your Lupus form.
Quinn will shift into Lupus.
Huh.
And then I'm sorry, can I get the pool again?
Yeah, wits and survival. As you are literally tracking them based off of scent.
Six successes.
Okay. Keeping that smell of cigarette, that odor of nicotine and saliva, you follow the trail. Now it seems that this particular group of the cult didn't arrive by vehicle as they had previously. So eventually that scent transitions into that of wolves as soon as you reach a certain point near the exterior of the city. You travel out through farmland, across fields, past the Hard Rock Casino. You continue to head inland more and more, and it takes a good majority of the evening for you to continue to follow this trail, which just continues to go onward and onward and onward. About an hour by car, which transitions to probably about 4 or 5 hours of you traversing on foot. It is easily 3 or 4 in the morning by the time you hit this, well, what seems to be campground, this woodland campground. I'd like you to make a dexterity and stealth check. And I will give you, again, the bonus 2 dice from Stakes, as she is well-versed in being stealthy. And you also get the 2 dice from being in Lupus, yeah.
Perfect. That is 5 on a crit.
Gulking into the woods, staying low, allowing the undergrowth, the bushes, everything down closer to the ground to cover your approach. You eventually see a break in the darkness, and it was already pretty hard to see without any gifts to augment you, although you did notice that Stake's eyes were especially yellow and a little bit more glowing as she helped guide you and avoid some of the potential pitfalls and traps of the trail. But eventually your pace slows, and Stakes even make sure to nip at your side and pull you back a little bit once you reach a certain point, because the scent changes. Whereas before you were following the hearty musk of this large grouping of wolves that seem to have moved or maneuvered their way across, now you're starting to pick up the sense of wolf urine, a marking of territory. You're pretty confident that you've gotten to a point that you are reaching the edge of a territory. Something that you are pretty well versed in. Your sept was pretty good about maintaining a territory boundary. You may have even participated a time or two before in reaffirming this boundary. Now, as you arrive, I'd like you to roll me a wits and investigation. And again, I will give you the 2 bonus die from Stakes, but there is no bonus from being in Lupus.
Five successes.
Through the trees, you spot a glimmer, a light glow that you are able to quickly assess to be a fire, likely a campfire of some sort. You start to pick up the notes of the smoke, the heady smoke on the air. Can't quite hear any voices currently from the distance that you're at, but you're pretty confident that it's either 2 things. One, a distraction or an outpost, or maybe like a guard post of sorts, maybe a scout's camp. Or maybe it's the heart of their campground itself. Based off of how dim the fire is, you're pretty confident it shouldn't be, but also you don't know how many numbers you're working with and how late at night it is. It could be possible that most of them have gone to rest for the evening. As you continue forward, staying low to the ground, making your egress gradual, you eventually spy another fire off in the distance, probably a good several hundred yards away. At that point, you were able to assess that yes, in fact, this is likely an outpost, a territorial boundary marking. As you lope your way in between the 2 fires, giving about an equal distance to either side, Stakes ensuring that you stay downwind so as not to give off any odors. Keeping your same survival roll, you pick up a new scent. In fact, a pretty different scent. This scent is of actual wolves. No smell of Guru, which is different enough to the practiced nose, and with how many successes you got, you can definitely tell the difference. But based off of what you have detected, a group of actual wolves has been here recently. Very recently, in fact. Within the last day, easily. Continuing to maneuver your way forward, using the darkness as much cover as you can, you pass beyond the 2 outpost fires and move forward. Stakes is staying close to you, to your side, but moving a little bit ahead just to give the extra assistance that a true Lupusborn can give in a situation like this. As you proceed forward, it's not even 10-15 minutes later that you see a much bigger and brighter glow amidst the trees. Stakes stops and gets low, pressing down to her belly. Her ears are flattening back on her head, and you can see her lips pulling back, but inaudibly snarling as she looks to you with her one good eye, and you can see the very feral, almost predatory look in her eye, signaling that you have found your quarry. But as she stares, she blinks the one eye a few times, shaking her head to the side, trying to shed off her instinct here, her protective instinct over Lupusborns, over her pack, over this territory. This is going to require reconnaissance, not action. She's clearly thinking back to the instructions she was given for scouting out this location. As you proceed closer, staying at the edge of the firelight as far out as you can, using as much of the darkness to shield you as possible. I'd like you to give me a wits and awareness.
I'm going to use a willpower.
Okay.
3 successes.
Okay. Using the glow of the fire as the backdrop, you see figures moving about. Primarily, you see the arrival of the 6 that you had been tracking this whole time, although they have been here a little bit longer than you have, so you can see them sitting around this major hearth in the center. 5 of the individuals, not Kyle, seem to be sat by the fire. Kyle seems to be a little bit further away, talking to another individual who you can't identify. An older man with brown hair, long, tied back behind his head. What would you like to do?
Quinn will look to Stakes and kind of nuzzle against her in a question of, do we move forward or do we go back?
Stakes gestures with their head to the right and then separately to the left, as in circle around. You could tell that she is trying very focused to get as much of a count as she can, but being a lupus-born, numbers are kind of a little bit more difficult, so she pads on the earth probably 10 times, denoting that you have already encountered 10 different individuals at this camp, including the 2 scout camps, the outposts. She then bumps her head against you in reassurance, but also in a way of saying, be safe, before she starts loping off to the left, going to circle around the camp on the other side. I need you to make me another dexterity and stealth. You can take the bonus from being in lupus, but not from Stakes' assistance at this point.
Seven on a crit.
Okay, so as you proceed forward, sticking to the shadows and the darkness, you are able to get probably within 50 yards of the clearing that the camp seems to be settled in. Here you see a variety of campers and RVs, as well as some tents that have even been erected. It looks like this is actually like a state park campground of sorts. But getting a good look at the area, you could tell that nobody is here just camping. There is definitely a vibe of this place has been fortified to a certain degree. As you continue to lope your way around, roll me another wits and survival with the bonus from being in lupus, but not from Stakes.
Four successes.
As you try to narrow in on any scents coming from the campground, you do pick up a variety, including that same cigarette smoke where you look over and you can see Victoria is puffing away on a cigarette before tossing it into the fire. But then another scent hits you. A very, very familiar scent. Willow. Now, I need you to make me a composure and resolve to not go rushing off to find that scent.
2 successes.
Okay. All of your impulses are to spring into action, to hunt down that scent. But you have enough self-restraint to not go rushing in, but you are going to investigate. You do have to find at least where this is located generally. You're distracted enough to not be able to pick up on the fact that the scent is older and faded. So as you move inward, still using your stealth roll, you seem to go in undetected until you reach a point at the edge of a clearing near the kind of far end of the camp, where it's a little bit darker, a little bit harder to see. You follow the scent across the ground, but without a good vision to guide you, I need you to make me a wits and awareness -2.
No successes.
Okay. As you go, following the scent, you go to take a step forward to follow that scent, and there's no ground to be found. And you start to tumble forward. Now, I will give you an opportunity to make a dexterity and athletics to try and catch yourself. However, that is also going to be at a -2 because you were not able to detect it in advance.
Does my dodge specialty apply?
I will give you the dodge specialty in this case, yes, because it is about moving out of the way of something.
3 successes.
Okay. So as you start to fall forward into this open pit, you manage to dig your back heels in, your paws, and start scrabbling backward. However, you hear coming from the camp. Do you hear that? And you can hear some commotion coming from the camp itself. What do you do?
Is Quinn still in a state of mind where he needs to investigate still?
Oh, no, this is going very badly now.
Okay, I just want to make sure of that. Yeah, I think Quinn's gonna have to dip.
Okay. Give me another dexterity and stealth. You will only get a +1 from your lupus form, as they are alerted to something in that direction and are paying extra attention to it.
Four successes.
Okay. Retreating out of the clearing back towards the tree cover, you settle down for a moment, knowing that even the slightest twig snap, even the slightest rustling of leaves upon the ground could trigger them to your location. Here you see 3 individuals approach the edge of the pit, looking around. One of them is in lupus form, sniffing the ground very intently. The other 2, still in their Hamid forms, are looking off towards the tree line, but none of them have those glowing eyes that can signify the night vision that would aid them a great deal in this situation right now. It's after a moment you see one of them look up in the direction of nothing and start to talk. And after a moment, or several moments, 2 more materialize, stepping out of the umbra. Fortunately for you, you rolled high enough that they did not see you. As they discuss for a moment, in the almost Skyrim-esque must have been the wind, They eventually slowly start retreating back toward their camp. The two that had stepped out, beginning the process of stepping back into the Umbra once more to continue their umbral patrol. You now can say, based off of the numbers that you had from Stakes going in, there are at least 12 now that you are aware of. But that doesn't account for anyone that could be sleeping in any of the campers or anyone that could be out on patrol at this moment. But you're looking at least a dozen. Give me one more wits and investigation check.
Four successes.
Okay. As you start or continue circling around the camp, you don't see anything that stands out as like a guarded area. That pit that you found Willow sent in, that was likely a cell or some sort of confinement at some point, but it stands open and empty. Did she sneak off? Did she escape? Looking around for Rook, there's no sign of him. But what does stand out as odd as you finish your circle around the camp is towards the center of the camp is a potted plant, a sapling. It sits in the center, not exactly right up next to the fire, but close enough to it that you can see from the light that the trunk of this sapling seems to be twisted and gnarled. Almost intimidatingly so, with branches that have started to sprout out, almost like claws reaching out. And you can see the buds and growth of several almost fire red leaves coming off of it. Now I'd like you to roll me an intelligence and science, as this is a science nature-based roll.
2 successes.
It's hard to tell based off of the gnarled nature of it, but you're pretty confident that it is likely a descendant maybe of a willow tree, but it is not looking like a healthy willow tree. It doesn't look like they should. This one looks a little bit more twisted, a little bit more distorted, gnarled even, and very, very much alive. In a way, even more than all of the trees you find yourself surrounded with. There is something extra about this one. Eventually, you meet up with Stakes. Stakes looks to you curiously as if to find out what you saw, what you found.
Quinn will nod to her to kind of adjust where we're at and get into a quieter space.
Okay. Pulling back further away from the camps, possibly not towards the edge of what would be considered their bawn, not towards, necessarily close enough to any of the scouting locations around, but in between, halfway in between. You find that you're pretty confident you're in a safe enough location.
He'll look at Stakes and say, I think Willow is or was here. Maybe escaped. I didn't see Rook. I counted maybe 12, 2 of which were in the Umbra.
You could see her trying to parcel out the math of what you just said, but seemingly coming up empty on that. She, on the ground, just starts making hash marks with her paws and gets to about 15 before stopping.
$15. Okay. Okay, that's good.
She transitions into her Hamid form to speak. I heard some of them within the wheeled structures, likely asleep. This is a lot worse than the last time, from all reports. This is an army.
Quinn will shift into his Hamid form as well. And he will speak and say, yeah, they've got traps and pits in there, like they're cells.
I didn't get the feeling that they were on guard more than normal. Did you find any kind of prison?
Just the pits that I almost fell into.
Good job not doing that.
Yeah, it was a close one.
All right. She looks at you for a moment, her one eye kind of gauging you, almost sizing you up a little bit. Leadership would say we return and report back right now on what we've found. But we could also see if we can find out anything else.
Quinn ponders this for a moment, and he thinks back to that little plant, and he says, did you see that plant in the middle of the center there?
It did. It smelled funny.
Yeah. I wonder if that's important to them.
Could be. Do you want to make a play for it?
Do you think we would need a distraction, or could we both be stealthy enough?
Oh, we would definitely need a distraction.
Okay.
I can be that distraction. Buy you a few moments, but you'll have to be quick. Very quick. Because I
can be quick.
doubt they'll all come after me.
Of course. Very understandable. Okay. All right. Yes. What is your plan for a distraction?
She gets the most mischievous look on her face. You'll know it when you see it. And she then drops down into her lupus form and goes skulking off into the woods. A great deal of time passes, but it feels even longer than it actually is. What might feel like hours is maybe 20, 30 minutes in actuality. You can even see that very, very distant faint glow of purple of the rising sun on the horizon. At this point, roll me a wits and awareness.
I'm going to use a willpower.
Okay.
3 successes.
Out through the trees, you hear the sudden snapping of twigs and the beating of heavy feet. And then, from the other side of the clearing, 2 horses come stampeding into the clearing. You could see the red wolf, the one-eyed red wolf at their heels, nipping at their hooves from behind, but darting back before they can kick back at her. All of this commotion, of course, draws the attention of the camp. See how much it draws their attention, though. And all but two of the individuals surrounding the fire leap up and immediately go running off in the direction of the stampeding horses to go investigate. Now is your moment. I am giving you 3 rounds to make your attempt. But I will say, to stay stealthy, the difficulty is 6 for all rolls you make.
Okay. In the amount of time that Stakes has been away, can I have shifted back to lupus form?
Yeah. So what would you like to do? This is round 1. You can declare your intention for this round. You are a good distance away. This is more near the center of the camp and the clearing, in amidst the buildings, quote unquote buildings, the RVs and campers that are surrounding it.
Quinn is going to attempt to use very similarly how he used the cars when he was bringing Willow down here, to kind of maneuver through and not be seen as well as he would be in open space.
Okay, give me a dexterity and stealth roll.
Eight on a crit.
Okay. Blending into the shadow that makes the exterior of this clearing, this camp, you are managed to nuzzle up close to some of the nearby campers. Roll me a wits and awareness. This does not count towards a future round. It's just to see how things have developed.
2 successes.
Okay. You hear the sounds of 2 of the camper doors opening and individuals stepping out. But they don't stay in the clearing. They head towards the source of sound. You can hear shouting, growling, barking a little bit further away on the opposite side of the clearing in the direction that the horses were stampeding. What do you wish to do now? There are 2 still by the campfire, and there's the tree within their sight and reach.
Okay, so for clarification, Brother Scent doesn't work here because there's no crowd.
Correct. Well, okay. I will say no, not entirely, because there is a lot of sense in this area, a lot of movement and motion, so I would let you use Brother's Scent if you wish to.
Then yes, I will spend a willpower to do so.
Okay. And remind me what that does again.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, my computer's being slow.
It's okay, I got it. Okay, Brother Scent. The werewolf can fit in any crowd of their choice, no matter the user's appearance. As long as the user is in a form suitable for the target gathering, the guru's presence amid a group of strangers goes unnoticed unless the subjects are actively looking for a trespasser. So actually, I'm going to say it probably doesn't apply, as there is an actual trespassing happening right now.
Okay. Would I have known that and not have used it, or?
Yeah, you can get the willpower back. I'm not going to make it.
Sure.
Yeah, you would know not to go into an on-guard situation. It's more of a slipping in unnoticed. But it is a clever idea.
Yes. I am going to kind of back behind one of the RVs, and I'm just going to give out a small howl and then try to maneuver around the other side of the RV.
Okay, give me a manipulation and subterfuge. Now, you are in lupus form, which does put a negative to social rolls, I believe. And as this is a distraction, yeah, I'm going to say you're going to be down 2 dice on this one.
It says social test limited to wolves and Garu.
Okay, then yeah, you're good. Never mind. Good call. So full pool.
Six successes.
Okay. As you give out the small howl, one of the two goes rushing off after it as you are able to maneuver your way around to the other side. You now contend with one still nearby, but the other one will return, so you have to act quickly. What do you wish to do? This is round 2 now.
Am I quicker in my Hispos or Lupus form?
Quicker probably in your Hispo because you've got a lot more power behind your motions. However, you are way less stealthy and it's going to be a lot harder to get through like cramped, crowded spaces. But there aren't a lot of those here right now. So I would say speed-wise, you're probably looking at your Hispo form. One, because you get the bonus dice of being in that form to physical tests, which, depending on what you're doing, could be a dexterity and athletics or strength check of some kind. So it's really up to you how you want to proceed. But yeah, I would say quicker in your lupus or in your Hispo.
Okay. So Quinn is going to start to gnaw on his lupus legs and use shredded skin to shift into his Hispos form.
Okay.
Which means I take 1 superficial damage for what would have been my rage check.
Yep. Okay, yep.
And then I'm going to book it to that plant and try to grab it.
Okay. Give me a dexterity and athletics check. You get the 2 bonus dice from the Hispo form, and I'm also going to give you an additional bonus dice due to your distraction, which would have had that individual looking off that direction.
Dodge specialty?
Not in this case, no.
I tried. Nine successes on a crit.
Okay. Bolting your way through in a flurry of gray fur, you dive into the clearing like a shot. Are you going for the tree? Is that the goal?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a strength and athletics to scoop up the tree, because you're probably going to have to use your jaws to grab the pot and just take it with you, unless you want to risk injuring or destroying the tree. So I'm actually going to make that a -1 to that roll, even though you get the +2, so it'll only be a +1, because this is going to take some careful act.
Four successes.
Okay. As you rush through the clearing, snapping up the tree and rushing off to the other side, the individual that was still remaining behind swings around to see you, and then you're already past and to the other side, but they are going to drop down into their Hispo form and give chase. So, you're carrying an unwieldy potted willow plant. You're in your Hispo form. That does provide some advantage. You have 2 choices. 1, you can continue to run and try and escape. Or 2, you can try and turn and fight.
Can I attempt a third option of
Absolutely.
hiding?
I'm going to say no because of the plant. The plant is going to give you away no matter where you are, and there's no shadows deep enough or anything like that. Plus, if they get your scent, it's all over.
That is fair. All right, then yes, I'm gonna continue to try and run.
Okay, so what I would like is a stamina and athletics to see if you can outrun them. Because they are hot on your trail, but if you can go long enough, you will be able to outpace them. However, I am also going to give you a -1 to this as well, but you do get the +1 from being in Hispo form. But you are carrying a tree, which makes it a lot harder to just bolt. It's providing wind resistance. It could get caught up on trees. There's just too many possibilities here.
Seven successes on a crit.
Okay. As you rush forward towards the other edge of the clearing, you can hear the growling and snapping on your heels. In fact, they give it a howl as they run, which is joined in with 2 more choruses of howls as they redirect and start following in your path. But with 7 successes with a crit, you are able to outpace them and get to the other side of the clearing, into the trees, through the trees, sprinting as hard and as fast as you can. You escape successfully with the potted willow in hand. The one last thing I want you to give me is a dexterity and awareness, because if you fail this, the tree could be damaged or destroyed in your attempt to escape. Now you do again have the bonus dice from being in Hispo.
Four successes.
The tree gets a little banged up, but not enough to do any actual damage. It's basically superficial damage. Maybe some of the leaves got knocked off. Maybe, some of the branches got tangled for a moment. But you do successfully escape with the willow tree in your possession. Now, you have one last decision. Do you rush straight for home full tilt, or do you wait around for Stakes to group up with you?
I will wait.
Okay, give me a dexterity and stealth then. Because they are actively looking for you, no matter how far you've gotten.
Can I have shifted into my lupus now that I'm not holding the tree, or does it still count?
I would say you have to stay in this form to keep the tree with you in case you need to move. Otherwise, you'd have to set it down, which they could find it in the time.
Understood. Thank you. 3 successes.
You wait until you hear the sounds of growling and encroaching, investigating Guru, sniffing, searching. At this point, you have to make the decision to either leave or be discovered. As you turn, realizing that the tree is probably more important in this moment, and trusting that Stakes knows what she's doing, you head off into the burgeoning dawn with your prize. Stakes does not meet up with you. Her current status is unknown. But this is where we transition to our next scene. It was a very restless night for Forged. After that encounter with the cult and basically being cucked by, well, everyone, there are a lot of roiling emotions going on. But one thing that can be said for Forge for failures is that they have learned ways to constructively deal with that kind of aggression. And on this particular morning, when you arrive at the cairn to the sounds of power tools, a drill and screwdriver being used, you think maybe this could be at least enough of a distraction. Maybe you get to break some shit, who knows? But this is when you come downstairs to find Jordan, hard at work, seemingly having set up a small little workbench area for himself where he is working on pieces of wood. You can also see some rebar, some fresh rebar is nearby, ready to be twisted or bent or maybe even cut into sections. Jordan looks up at you and pushes some safety goggles up onto his forehead and gives a little bit of an uptick. Hey, man.
Forge is like a little caught off guard. I like to imagine, ever since what happened with Jordan and the exorcism, if you will, that he hasn't, not exactly full on avoiding him, but it's just been been very awkward trying to interact with Jordan because he's not quite sure where he stands with him now. And it's the idea that I've known you as this horrible monster and now you're a person, which is kind of an adjustment, if you will. Like I still feel those lingering feelings of unease, but now kind of, being presented with this opportunity and with everything that happened, kind of will swallow back that unease. Hey, Jordan, it's... Man, you doing okay there?
Yeah, I'm all right. You can see that he's wearing a button-up shirt that is all the way unbuttoned, kind of dangling at both sides, and a tank top underneath, and just at the edges of the neckline of the tank top, you can see the scars of the brand still carved upon his flesh, standing out ever so slightly, but he seems completely unbothered by it. Actually, this is really great timing. Can I get your help with something really quick?
Oh, yeah, man, I can help you out. Yeah, what's up?
Need some of your big, strong werewolf muscles if you're good with that.
I mean, I am known as the Arun. That's kind of like our whole deal,
Okay, well, this is going to be a little bit tricky, but I'm trying to frame out some separate rooms here because I think, knowing you guys, you're probably going to want your own space, at least a little bit. But there's some of these rotted support pillars in the way. Now I could just take a sledgehammer to them all willy-nilly, but I think it'd be a lot quicker if maybe you, I don't know, punched it out for me?
I'll take like a look at it, think about it for a moment. I mean, I probably could do that. I mean, I might have to, shift a little bit. You don't get bothered by that, right? Like when we do that?
Apparently not. When Ray told me about all this, he turned into a wolf in front of my eyes, and other than thinking it was fucking adorable and extremely strange, yeah, nothing else odd. So, no better way to know than to just do it, right?
Yeah, you'll have to tell me what he looks like one day, because he never became like a wolf in front of us. Like, for some reason, this is weird, like, I don't know what about it. Every time we suggest it to him, he gets all, like, uneasy, like, I don't know about that. I don't know if this just... What about it? I don't know if he's just ashamed of how cute he is. But
well, if you ever want to get a dig at him, tell him Jordan said he looked like an extra from Paw Patrol.
I have to keep that in mind next time we go on a patrol or have a mission together, as Forge will kind of come up to this pillar, how much rage am I at right now?
I'd say you're probably still at a comfortable 2 because of the restless night and the little bit of frustration from all of that.
Yeah, I will go to shift then to my Glabro.
All right, go ahead and make the 1 rage check. At this point, Jordan is putting up some new temporary supports to help hold the roof from caving in as you go to remove this support pillar.
I lose 1 rage.
Okay. As you shift up into your demi-human state, Jordan stops what he's doing for a moment just to kind of watch, a little bit awestruck, before shaking it off and pushing the supports into place. Just this one right here. I think the best point would be right about here, and he takes a Sharpie and marks a circle for a target for you to hit. I think if you get it right there, it should come down really easily.
Orge will nod, knowing the gruffness of his voice might kind of put off Jordan a bit here. As Glabber, not a very good talking form, especially for humans. So he's just going to get ready, line up his punch and take a swing.
All right, give me a strength and brawl. Get the 2 bonus dice from being in your Glabro form.
Yeah, that's like 1 rage. That is going to be a. I guess I'll use a willpower because I don't want to look bad in front of Jordan. 5 successes.
Okay. With 1 swift punch, you can hear the sound of wood cracking and breaking, and it almost becomes extremely brittle in a variety of these these fibers coming from the center as you punch it out, and the bottom half crumbles down and the top half just kind of swings for a moment before dropping to the ground. Jordan just looks at you. All right, now you gotta tell me, yes or no, did that fucking hurt?
Assuming there's no more pillars to be taken down, because you only say you need the 1, right?
Yeah.
He'll switch back to his Hamid, so he can talk a little better. As he'll say, I mean, when our skin gets like tougher when we do that, like basic stuff that like hurts everyone, like knives or bullets, they're not as bad. The bullets still sting like hell. It just sucks.
That's crazy. Man, where was that during basic training? That's still taking some getting used to, but that's awesome. You mind sticking around for a little bit? I could probably use some more help. Nothing that intense. I just needed to get that out of the way so I could start re-supporting the roof.
Yeah, I can help out a little bit here. Just I haven't really had a good chance to talk, in a while, so I think it'd be a nice kind of, touch bases.
Yeah, the last time we were, really close was not the best first impression, but how are you doing with all that? I know that you, or at least I heard that you got kind of fucked up a little bit.
There is a pause from Forge as his default word, like what he wants to say, default is, no, it's fine, everything's okay, nothing, no big deal. But think about Jordan's perspective and all this of what he'd been through, and especially how he felt a fraction of what he felt. There's, for once, like an opportunity for someone here that probably would kind of get what he went through, as he'll inhale, through his teeth. Pretty rough, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about you, but I still put bottles by my window and shit by my door every night. Make sure that no one gets to me, so.
I get it. For whatever it's worth, and I hope you know this is sincere. I'm sorry, and thank you for everything that you did. I'm coming to learn that that was a very unusual thing that happened, and that normally the situation would have just required me to be, kind of draws a thumb across his throat. But it means a lot that you all helped me, and I get it, man. That feeling doesn't go away very quickly, if at all. I'm still kind of getting glimpses and images and sometimes feelings like there's a pit in my stomach that just is endless, bottomless. And I never felt so weak, but also so strong at the same time. It was, well, horrible, to be honest.
Do you remember much from what happened? Like, what went down? I know we talked a bit. You kind of, I don't know how much of that was, you were aware of.
Honestly, very little. If you were talking to it, I was usually pretty pulled away, but I recognized your face. If that makes any sense? Like, we'd met before, even though clearly it wasn't me that you met, but yeah, it's glimpses, flashes, occasional images. It was like being put in a box or a closet and just you hear the muffled voices outside, you see a little bit of light, maybe you get a glimpse through a crack in the door, but otherwise, I don't remember much. Just that empty feeling.
I don't know if you were very aware of after, we got that out of you, but that thing went to me right after, so I can understand that. I'm not gonna lie, man, that I don't know how you made it this long, and I'm glad that we were able to get you out of that, because that was awful. I don't think I felt anything worse, to be honest.
To be completely honest, I don't know either. I wanted so badly for it to be over. In one of the few moments that I was able to get through, I begged Raymond to just end it. And for a while, I was a little angry that he didn't. I'm not gonna lie, but now that I'm here and can be helpful and can understand in some small way what I was giving up or losing to that thing, I'm kind of glad he didn't. Don't tell him I said that, because then he'll be like, oh, fucking, I was right, y'all are wrong, and he still deserves to, feel a little bit of shit for it, but...
Yeah, I can say that it's definitely kind of fucked up to keep your friend alive in that kind of state for a while, but I mean, it worked out at least, and Ray is probably one of the most stubborn people I've known. To be honest, that motherfucker stuck to his guns to the end, and I can almost respect it in a way.
Well, I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you're looking at somebody that you feel like you know better than anybody else and have them just look at you like you're nothing or like you're trash, and I can't imagine what that was like for him. I saw whatever I could see. I saw my friend wanting so badly to reach me, and all I could do was shout and have him not hear. And it's like watching your life be lived for you, doing all the things you never imagined you'd ever do, like all the terrible things, and being unable to stop it. But also at times not wanting to stop it because it was the only relief you got. Whenever that thing would eat, it numbed that feeling of emptiness at least a little bit. And I was so hungry, like starving, and I know it wasn't worth what it cost, but after long enough, you'll take any port in a storm, any relief to just stop feeling so bad.
I get that, man. I'm not one to judge for acting. Just ease your suffering and, the shitty stuff that's going on to you. I've done plenty of that, and I understand how intoxicating it can be. I mean, hell, I've walked into the den of, some of the most, I guess, deprived worm guru people and saw what they were capable of, and it's I guess it must be easier to just fall into those behaviors than to think of what you're doing or how your life's come to that.
Yeah. I don't know all about all that. Like, you're the first werewolves I've really encountered or dealt with, but I can imagine that the idea of not having to suffer alone or to escape that suffering or to make other people suffer, I guess, could seem... There's this phrase, right? This turn of phrase. Revenge is taking poison and expecting the other person to die. But, man, at the same time, it's, like you said, intoxicating sometimes. And at the same time, I'm glad to be rid of it because it was poison. Literal poison. And you are very brave and very strong from being able to walk away from that allure of power and violence and all of it. It takes a strong individual, because sometimes the easy way out seems like the only way out.
Forge will nod, but I think they're the part of them in their own head that doesn't quite believe in themselves and nodding and agreeing with that him saying that he walked away from all that. A part of him feels like there's, like, he got a glimpse of it all, a glimpse of that nihilism, and a part of him couldn't deny it fully. He couldn't rebuke it. He doesn't quite feel that he fully just denied it all, but he's going to, put on a face and, agree with him there.
I've found that I get a lot of good feelings out of building things. I was a mechanic in the military, and now I'm, I guess, a handyman of sorts. And even though something like punching out a pillar feels good, feels strong, it's quick, and that joy doesn't last for very long. Destroying things is fast and an instant hit of excitement, but building something that lasts, you can take pride in that forever, as long as it stands. I mean, look at this building. This building's been around for, God, probably close to 100 years. It's still here, and it's been battered by storms and by development, and it's still here, defiantly standing. That's kind of cool if you think about it. That something can last no matter how much it's put through, no matter how much difficult times it has. It stands as a reminder that it's not going anywhere. And that it says, fuck you to time and to weather and to decay.
You have to wonder in that, the time it's been here, time it's endured, is it really the same building that it was when it first was built. I mean, they've replacing parts now. They've definitely replaced parts then. I mean, like the ship of Odysseus, we replaced every part of this building. Is it even the same building? Is it the same artifact that first was here, if it was changed utterly by the time it was here into something different?
Well, no. It can't be. But neither can people. We grow, we change, we adapt, we get new scars, we get strange choices of haircut. God, you should have seen my military cut. It was awful. But I think that a building is more than just its parts. It's about what has happened inside and around it. It's history, right? Like, when you probably saw this building for the first time, you were like, what a piece of shit. But as you start to learn more about it, to learn what it's been through, what it's endured, what its story is, I think that it's a lot easier to really appreciate it regardless of what's been replaced. In fact, I found something, and he gestures for you to follow, and you head towards one of the back rooms, and he moves aside a few boxes of supplies, and he points down to a brick. And one of the old faded bricks, you can see that initials have been carved into it. I don't know where these came from. Could have been some kid who broke in, or it could have been the people who built this place, almost like a artist's mark or a signature on a painting. Don't you wonder? No matter what, the story's going to be great, even if it's a kid with a fucking screwdriver that got bored on a Friday night. This is where they ended up. This is where they made their mark. This place was important to them, even if it was just for a moment. And it's going to last. As long as these bricks are viable, as long as this building stands, this story, this mark is going to last. And it's going to mean something different to everybody who sees it. Some people might get angry and consider it vandalism. Others might think, I wish I was confident enough to do that. Or it's still here after the people who built this place are gone.
Forge feels a connection to what he's saying there about the forgotten stories of people, not quite forgotten, but the stories that people leave behind on objects and their environments, and the stories that this building represent, the hundreds of stories that are around it, maybe even more. That there's that creeping thought that popped into his mind again, and he'll speak it aloud, saying, aren't you worried that all this effort you're putting into this is just gonna be for nothing? Like, we got literally a few nights ago, we had a whole couple bad guru people outside that were wanting to come in and just tear everything down. I just think that all of the time and the hopes that you've had that you put into this would have just came tumbling down in that moment. That make you worried?
No. Not really. Because nothing can be broken that can't be rebuilt. And every little thing I do here presents an opportunity to create a home, an opportunity to make this place stronger so that the next time those assholes come around, they'll have a harder time breaking it down. If I help even just a little, no matter how temporary it is, I still helped. I still made a difference. Whether it's for a day, a week, a year, 100 years. Because without it, I did nothing. And it's always better to do something than to do nothing.
I've been thinking about some stuff on my mind a lot, and I appreciate what you're telling me, Jordan. This kind of, oh, it's a dumb thing where you're like thinking on some stuff, so you got to like talk to outside people to kind of like help figure, some of it out. And I think I'm not gonna lie, Jordan, after everything that happened to you, I thought you were gonna leave that a broken shell of a man. That may sound kind of fucked up, but part of me didn't think that you would recover from that, especially from what I experienced. I guess I believed that there was a broken thing that couldn't be fixed, and it's given me some, I guess, hope in everything that's going on here, that hey, if someone can go through all that and end up on the other side okay, maybe not good, maybe not great, but they're still kicking. Maybe that's a good sign for the rest of us, huh?
I tried being a broken shell of a person for the better part of 2 years. Not as hyped up as it sounds like. And honestly, the first few days afterwards, I did have that choice, that temptation to be angry, to be empty, to drink myself to the point of oblivion. And one of those nights I tried. But what good does that do? How is that me rewarding you and Raymond and Delphine for the sacrifice you made? It's not. If anything, it's maybe making you regret making that decision. Sometimes you get to be the battering ram. Sometimes you have to be the support pillar. But either way, you're doing something. It's not as satisfying, but at least not in the moment, but in the long term, it can be very satisfying. And I like being the support pillar for this group. Not to say I couldn't, pick up arms if I needed to, but we've got you for that. So what can I do? I can have these chats with you. I could continue to make this place look less and less like a fucking crack den. And I can watch you not have to worry about all that, knowing that I've got it. So that you can focus on the things that are really important. The same can go for you. Yeah, it feels good to break things down, but sometimes holding other people's up and trusting them to do the thing that needs to be done, man, it can be just as satisfying, if not more so.
Yeah, I experienced some of that. I know what it tastes like. I know the feeling of helping out the people you like. Man, when that doesn't work out, when you put your faith in someone and it doesn't go through, fuck, it sucks. And I know I need to be better at that and trust, the people around me with that. Man, you should have seen me that night when all those, bad guru came around, and then they were talking, I got, Quinn said something about me refusing to go on a mission instead of actually that Delphine told me not to, and just when Delphine, they followed me back home, and Delphine said that we weren't being careful when I was. And it's just, man, I was pissed, but
I get it. But at the same point, who gives a fuck what those asshole guru think? Your pack mates know the truth. And I think they give you a lot more credit than you give you. Shit happens. Every single day is a gamble. To do the right thing, to make the right decision, to keep others safe. Every single day, there's a chance it could go bad. So what, are you going to just stop trying? Play it safe? Because guess what? It's not going to be safe. You're just letting the bad thing win at that point. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. I was fucking Skeletor for 2 years. But I'm not going to stop trying to do better every single day, because what's the point? I like this second chance I've been given. And I am not going to take it for granted. Because otherwise I might as well still be tied to that chair.
That's a good way to see things, Jordan. I can see why Ray was your, talked about you in such, I guess maybe this is a little bit I'll share about Ray. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't want me to share this, but he talked about you in such high regards and talking about how awesome you were and how apparently also you were nothing alike, which I can see that pretty clearly now.
Well, I'm going to tell you something about Ray. And again, don't tell him I said this. You don't need more of the big chin hero Ray that I'm sure you've seen so far. But one of the reasons I became the person I am is because of the example he set. He gave me something to believe in. He gave me a sense of safety that nobody was going to beat me up at school and that nobody was going to be too hard on me in boot camp. I spent many years trying to be Ray. But in reality, I was just becoming who I am. Because I saw a guy who's honorable, intelligent, loyal, maybe a little bit egotistical, but I'm not saying it's unearned. He made me want to be better. Still does.
Yeah, he used to be a lot. I mean, we got a glimpse of that kind of. I recognized kind of the vibe, but I was not nearly as good of a person I used to be. It did kind of start a little bit with Ray. He did kind of set a good example, and I did try to beat his ass like the first day we got here, and try to establish a pecking order, and that motherfucker just did not give up. I don't understand. I still don't understand it to this day, but I mean, you really just sometimes need a stubborn guy who's just not gonna give up like Ray. You know what? I can safely say now, at least, that I would only consider doing that again, and he's a pretty good pack mate.
Yeah. He is stubbornly loyal and refuses to break. And as irritating and aggravating as that can be sometimes, I am so grateful to have that, because, again, it set an example for me to get up, dust myself off, stop feeling sorry for myself or angry at him, and to keep going.
Yeah, it must be nice to, he's a brother to you.
He is. Don't be too hard on yourself for feeling the urge to burn it all down. Use that as the motivation to continue to build it up to the point that you don't want to burn it all down anymore because it means too much.
Yeah, I don't want it to ever be weak enough to what has happened, with all the shit that went down to happen again. And, sometimes I'm pretty sure you could definitely understand that when you feel like you're starting to get in that corner again. You just want to kick and thrash and just do whatever the fuck you can just to make sure that, no, you can't do this. No, I am strong enough to defend myself, and I will be strong enough this time.
Absolutely. I get it. Being weak and frail is overrated. But as long as you have the choice and the chance to not be, keep trying, keep taking it.
I appreciate it, Jordan. We're gonna have to have some more hangouts later, because now that we're like, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a little awkward after all what happened, but now we kind of got things down. Look, me, you, Ray, get some drinks. That'd be great. I think that'd be a pretty good hangout we got going there.
What, you weren't cool with the thing that had been sucking my soul away for 2 years coming and getting a little taste of you? No, that's not awkward at all.
Yeah, it's kind of the little awkwardness of finding out your packmate with, like, keeping, your weird, otherworldly, entity friend alive against his wishes for the last however long, and, and leaving him in extreme torture. It was, only slightly awkward.
That's fair. But it doesn't have to be now, right?
Hell yeah, man. I mean, I could probably actually start helping you now instead of just delaying this whole work by, chatting with you the whole time.
Well, why don't you start? And he fishes into his jeans pocket and pulls out 2 20s. Why don't you start by getting us some drinks?
Shit. Hold on. I'll make the rundown. I can make the rundown.
So as you take the money, part ways with Jordan, heading out into another sunny, beautiful day, what's going through your mind?
Or just is trying to stay on the positive side of, there was a lot of negative thought that was kind of starting to overcast his mind, but the talk with Jordan helped to kind of quell some of those nihilistic ideas that he may have picked up on from a certain brother of his, as he tries to paint Quinn and Delphine in his mind in a better light of what their actions were, instead of trying to take it personally as them not believing in him and not, or trying to portray him as weak, as trying to trust that they trust him and that they think that he is capable, that he wants to be, that capable as he wants to be. He does feel a little bit of guilt because he feels almost like an extreme jealous pang when hearing about Jordan's and Ray's friendship, because it reminds him of a brotherhood that he never had, that he lost, and he can only just kind of be jealous at what they had and trying to just, tell himself that's not a good feeling to feel, and to just, not stop that. We can't be thinking like that.
Something is only truly lost when we give up looking for it. We now transition to our next scene. Our final scene of the evening takes place in the law offices of Pelfrey and Weiss and Associates, a law firm that has been standing as a bastion, a front-facing safeguard against the forces of the worm in the physical realm. This is where two members of the Ghost Council have come together to share, to learn, to uncover. Raymond, when you reached out to meet with Anna Pelfrey, you were given an appointment time and told to come to the law office as Anna has been working double time in Aspen's absence to make sure that everything is still being handled, everything is still staying afloat. The Elder Ghost Council doesn't look as old as one might think she is. She has still some youthful features, even though there are crow's feet at the corner of her eyes, and her hair is starting to fade and grow a little bit grayer. Little strands of silver throughout. She is the model of what you would expect Nogaru to be, as she wears a dress suit and sits behind a large desk, stacks of paperwork in front of her, a laptop open, her fingers typing rapidly over the keys. As you stand at the doorway to her office, you still feel, at least in your mind, that itch on your forearm, an itch of another problem going untended. But with this meeting, perhaps you've begun the path to seeing it dealt with. The scene is yours.
Standing there in the doorway, trying to be respectful and waiting for a good amount of time, watching Anna work. After a bit, I will clear my throat to kind of get her attention, to alert her that I'm standing there waiting.
Anna looks up from her computer and then sees you and offers a smile and waves you in, gesturing to a seat across the desk from her. Sorry, I was finishing up a deposition. Have a seat, Raymond.
Of course, I'm sorry for intruding on you being so busy, but need some help with something, so thank you for seeing me.
You're not intruding at all. Thank you for being prompt, and sorry to keep you waiting. What can I do for you?
Ray will walk over and take the seat that was gestured to, kind of sitting up straight and being a little bit more respectful. I have a situation that I am having to fix, and I don't know how much you know about what's going on with the Sept. I don't know how much Aspen talks to you about it, or if you're just kind of on the outside.
Let's assume I don't know anything.
Okay. Do you know of a spirit named Hashugut?
Can't say I know that spirit specifically. Why do you ask?
It's a worm spirit that has a connection with someone. His name was Lucas. He was in the pack, main pack before, and then left, and he was banished from him before the main cairn was set up. And the spirit is resentful and is very angry, specifically at Aspen, it seems, for what transpired and how he was ejected from Lucas. And my part in it is I, myself, Delphine, and Juniper went to go get information before the assault on Piney Point. In order to get that information, I rushed into a deal and basically connected myself with Hashugut. And I will roll up my sleeve and show the mark.
I see. Do you know what I find so interesting about spirits? How desperately they want to be alive, human. So much so that they get involved, they try to influence, they try to persist. Now it's mostly worm and weaver spirits in that particular case, but sometimes you'll get a few wild spirits who want to be heard or seen or understood. They also want to understand what makes the two of you different. They'll mimic our emotions and our thoughts and our actions, but they can never truly be what we are. Just like we can't ever truly be what they are. Not completely. I think, and this is a controversial point of view, it's far too easy to label something as evil because of what part of the triad it originates from. Far too easy to label something as bad because it's angry and lashing out like a toddler. If you put yourselves in their shoes, you see a better idea of what their motivations are. But imagine they didn't have the years of experience, the tools that we gained growing up. They were just birthed into this existence, manifested, created. And some are shepherded through responsibility, tasks. Many of the lesser spirits only know the work and don't have as much self-awareness as others. But if you were a self-aware entity thrown into a world without the coping strategies of how to deal with something important to you being taken from you, you might be kind of angry too. Vindictive. That's not to say that denizens of the worm aren't corrupted or sick or, well, sometimes wrong. But why are they wrong? Because they embody the things that we're most embarrassed about ourselves? Because they add on to feelings we're already having or influence us in a direction we were already thinking about going? Maybe. I've seen Banes do terrible things to undeserving individuals. I think you know how that feels. But I have also seen spirits abused, tormented, destroyed to serve whatever the grand design or purpose is of the individual who destroys them. That must be difficult too. Because as much as beings and spirits can influence us, we can doubly so influence them. We could trap them in talismans and talons. We can send them to do our bidding that a simple phone call probably would have sufficed. If you want them to feel like a tool, use them like a tool. But know what it's like to feel that way. This is why it's common practice to present offerings to spirits, because truthfully, we're the ones asking something of them. And it's just good manners to show them that we appreciate it. Because they can say no. They can refuse us, just like we can refuse each other when being asked to do something. But imagine being forced to do that thing anyway, and having no say in the matter. Did anyone care what Hashugut would feel being ejected from their home? Being separated from maybe someone they cared about? Or did they write it off as worm spirit bad, worm spirit go away? And even if they didn't, how does the spirit know they didn't?
If this was a month ago, I would have probably disagreed with you on most of what you just said. But I have come to learn and understand that evil is subjective. I still believe that if you do evil acts, you should be punished for those evil acts, spirits included. But there is a separation between calling something blatantly evil and then doing something evil without potentially knowing that what they're doing is evil.
Sure.
And I have thought about why Hashugut is doing what he's doing, because it's not just me that he's attached to. He's not just me that's he's doing things to. We learned recently that it's also Matthias. He's using Matthias to what I believe is to get back at Aspen.
That does explain a few things that I'd been wondering about. Matthias's behavior had been odd as of late. Well, this is a tricky predicament because this isn't simply a human being possessed by a Bane becoming a Fomori. This is a Guru. And Guru that deal with worm spirits often tend to become black spiral dancers. Now, the fact that Matthias hasn't completely burned down the area gives me some hope that he hasn't quite succumbed yet. Or that maybe the spirit doesn't have the same intentions as the worm spirits often responsible for black spiral dancers, the Banes. But also, spirits have the advantage of the long game. They don't age. And when they do die, they simply return to the spirit wilds to reform. So yes, it's possible that Hashugut's intentions were malicious. You took something from him, he's taking something from you. But also, as Ghost Council, it's our job to look at the wider scope. What if Hashugut had no say and is only making the best of a situation? Taking advantage of where he's found himself? What if, upon being ejected from the cairn or Lucas, that was the next available target? What if it wasn't an intention, just an end result? I think to best deal with a spirit is to try and understand them fully and completely. Are they doing a job? Because that's what some spirits are meant to do, especially a lot of Weaver spirits, engines, phones. Like a computer, they're just programmed. But no, this spirit seems like they have thought and reason and intelligence. Why? What are they hoping to gain? What is the end result? Is it revenge? Maybe. Is it survival? Also maybe. Because going back to the spirit wilds isn't going back home. It's almost like being unmade to be made again. Spirits don't eagerly seek out the spirit wilds. If anything, I've found more often than not, they're trying to come here. Or be as close as possible. So maybe this spirit is just trying to survive because the alternative is losing everything, all self-awareness and consciousness, being unmade, being reset. Because some more powerful spirits might remember past incarnations, but most are like a factory reset computer. Wiped. That would be a pretty good motivation for one to not want to be driven out again. To dig their heels into any subject foolish enough to negotiate with them. Especially if they can get a better end of the deal. You, my friend, are most likely a backup plan. Where before they didn't have one, it ended with them being ejected, tossed out, possibly to their own doom. They're not going to make that mistake again. So they are putting all of their plans into motion, making possibilities, making contingencies. Because I have no doubt in my mind that this spirit didn't believe that they were going to be with Matthias forever. Matthias is an elder guru. He's probably already outlived his expected length of life. But you, young, still finding your way through this society and culture, you have the potential for more time. Your situation is complicated, but I think that I can give you some insight to help further along this process, to help get to whatever it is you're attempting to accomplish, which you still have yet to tell me.
Yes, I wanted to explain the situation before I told the whole plan, but at this point, my goal right now is to save Matthias if I can and have Hashugut leave him. I don't know. We've done it before with my friend Jordan, but that was messy. It had consequences. And I'm sure this will have consequences as well, but I want to try to lessen those consequences and not repeat the same mistake I did last time. And if I can have him willingly leave Matthias and convince him in some way, I would rather do that than hurt Matthias, hurt myself, hurt those around him. But if I can't, I need to find multiple ways that I can accomplish this that will secure me the greatest success without hurting him and causing the same mistake I made last time.
All right. So if I understand this correctly, you are hoping to remove the spirit known as Hashugut from Matthias Morningkill, doing as minimal damage to the Elder as possible, but also hoping to do as little damage to yourself as possible. The difference between last time and this time is you know, at least in some small part, what it is he wants. My guess is they didn't last time, and this is the consequence of that choice. But how are you going to give it to him? You are the next in line to receive his occupation, or so it would seem. So which is more important? Preserving Matthias, preserving yourself, or preserving the spirit?
Ray will consider the question and think for a few minutes, mulling over what she said. If I wanted to be greedy, I would say I want to do all three, but...
Of course. But that is impossible, Raymond. We all go into this situation with the ideal of saving everyone. That's not how life works. Someone is going to suffer. Someone's already been suffering. So even if you do drive out the spirit from Matthias, the damage is done. You might just be putting an end to further damage, but the damage is done. It's done to him, it's done to you. Likely done to the spirit as well. And even wanting all three isn't being honest to ourselves about what we truly want, because one will always be greater than the others. There will always be a ranking of which is most important, even if we're unwilling to recognize it. And usually, as selfish as it sounds, it's self-preservation, because that's an instinct. It's buried so deep in our being that as much as we want to say we wouldn't choose it, fight or flight, self-preservation, we'll never be rid of it.
You're right. Even when I was trying to help Jordan, every decision I made was selfish for my own desires. I could have taken the easy road and ended it, but I didn't, because in my mind, that wasn't the correct path. And that was, in a way, self-preservation in my relationships and my goals and my desires.
Well, and in your opinion of yourself, could you look yourself in the mirror if you had pulled the trigger? Could you look yourself in the mirror knowing that your friend was gone because of you?
No, I couldn't have.
But you're still able to look yourself in the mirror knowing what they went through because of that decision. Priorities. you found the guilt of him being in the position he was in more acceptable than the guilt you would feel had you ended it. There's nothing wrong with that, Raymond. That is being human. That is being alive. That is having a conscious mind. You need to be okay with that, truly. But also you need to know that about yourself. Because it is a vulnerability, and it is a vulnerability spirits will exploit.
It's taken me a while, but I have slowly come to understand that about myself. But in this situation, if I were to rank my priorities, it would be Matthias, myself, and then the spirit.
Well, that's easy enough. We can cleanse Matthias, expel the spirit from him. As I said, there will be damage done. He will need time to recover, if he recovers at all. But it can be done. A powerful enough rite of abjuration should be able to drive the spirit out. The question is, what then? How do we not just find ourselves in this situation again and again and again as we pass the buck of Hashugut on to the next unwitting or unwilling subject? If you want to save Matthias, we can do that. But at what cost?
I've thought of, there's only really two ideas that have come to mind that I've really mulled over, that I've settled on. Is either one, immediately when Matthias is freed from Hashugut, I perform a rite of binding and seal him away as best I can. Making sure that he doesn't possess anyone else, making sure that he doesn't slink away to do something more dangerous and more hurtful to someone else. Or, like you said, he might have reasons that he doesn't fully understand. He might be hurt. He might be feeling pain that he doesn't fully know how to express. And if in some way I can, I guess in a loose sense, use that and convince him that there's a different way, talk to him. Because it seems like out of everything, he's more hurt about losing his friend than just being banished and having this anger at Aspen.
Well, the binding could work. That is a solution. However, bindings are unreliable. Many of them are short-lived, at least in the greater mind of the spirit. Could be a day, could be a month, could be 100 years. Very rarely are bindings eternal. And what makes this particular binding even more difficult is they have another option. They have a link, even outside of the bound structure that you would put them in. So will they truly be bound, or will they just be inconvenienced, and therefore you have aggravated them even more so than they already were? One of the greatest ways to deal with spirits is to find something they want more than what they have now. But learning what that thing is more difficult because the spirit itself might not even know. Because they've never had it. And you can't know that you want something if you don't know what it would be like to have it.
this is maybe just an assumption, but I feel like Hashugut knows what he wants because he did lose it. He lost something that was precious to him. He lost a friend.
Yes.
And I think that's what he, in some way, found with Matthias. More of a reluctant friend and more of, a useful tool, but...
Well, what if friends also provide for us as well? A sense of home. He lost a friend and a home. And even if Matthias wasn't a friend, at least it was a home. Even if he forced his way in and was camping out on his couch like a squatter. But is it even satisfying to not be invited? My guess is with Lucas, there was a beneficial arrangement between them. Some way that they both enjoyed it, even if it was as simple as companionship. My guess is he hasn't had that again since. And he is throwing one of the most spiritual tantrums possible because of it.
That's kind of how I see it. But I think potentially I could give him what he wanted. Because the deal that I made with him, the reason I have this mark is I promised to give him a place. I promised to give him a home in the cairn that we were building. And that he wanted front row seat to see everything that transpired. Because as far as I'm aware, he can't really do that with Matthias. And I'm the way that he's able to see, which I'll look down at the marking and kind of assume that he's seeing what's happening right now.
Possibly. If it's interesting enough. But also, is it even yours to give? Are you making an offer that you can actually deliver on? Because a cairn, at least traditionally, is composed of 13 different spirits. 13 different guru coming together to construct this place. Not to mention all the other spirits that are given a sanctuary and a home there. Are you exchanging one forced squatter for another to a place that they will feel unwelcome, unappreciated, and just continue to grow angrier? It's a perfectly fine offer to make, but if you can't deliver on that offer, you're risking their spite, their wrath, and whatever other consequences come from making an offer that isn't yours entirely to make.
I didn't think about it that way.
You can build them the house, but you can't make it a home. And if you're not the only one building the house, like having a raccoon in the attic, gonna get irritating and destructive eventually.
Then I'm kind of at a loss. Because I have ideas, I have thoughts, but it always feels like they fall flat right now. And this is an issue that needs to be taken care of quickly. That's what I've been told.
Well, in the short term, as I said, we can cleanse Matthias. But it won't rid you of the spirit. It Won't rid you of their influence. If anything, it might give them more influence over you. You will become their only possession. They've had Matthias as a distraction this whole time. But without that, their hyper-focus shifts to you. Are you prepared for that? Are you strong enough of will for that? Because it will degrade your will. Matthias was a very strong, astute guru. My guess is he's been decayed into a blubbering mess, have eaten through the structure of self-control that Matthias Morningkill had. What will happen to you? His arrangement with Lucas was likely mutual. Your arrangement is clearly not. It was an act of desperation to get intelligence at the time.
When you put it like that, I probably wouldn't be able to stand up as well as Matthias has, and it would be over way too quickly.
Very few guru would over a period of time. That's why so many of them break and fall to the spiral. It's not a sign of weakness in you. It's not a sign of weakness in Matthias. A worm spirit does what it does, and at its very base core, it's to trim back and eat away and decay. So it's going to do that no matter what. Intention be damned. It's like breathing to them. You can hold your breath for a while, but you're going to have to eventually. Your body won't let you do anything else. So yeah, in the short term, we can cleanse Matthias. But then what about you?
I mean, I want to get rid of this mark as much as I want to save Matthias. But if I have to choose between that, I mean, the problem is I feel like I'm not allowed to make this decision because it's Aspen's mentor. It's Aspen's friend. Like, why do I get to make the call on whether or not I save myself or Matthias? Like, it is my life. Like, I do get to make that call, but I shouldn't be the only one to make it.
Maybe not. But you decided to get involved. Therefore, you are culpable.
You said that right now, Hashugut's attention is shared. You know, I'm the distraction right now for Matthias. And so his hold on Matthias might not be as strong. But if I were to clear myself of the mark first, and all of his attention would be on Matthias, how much more difficult would it make that to save him?
I don't know how long he's been with Matthias solely, but let's take the area as a good example. If a shark latched onto your leg and you were to suddenly rip it off of you, it's taking something with it. And it sounds like Hashugut has been feasting for a while. And if you give all of his focus to Matthias, there might not be anything left to save. This is all hypothetical, of course. Every situation is different. He could have been nibbling instead of outright feasting. Could have been hiding. But he is going to do what worms do. I think you should spend some time in thought about an alternative. Something better. What could you offer that would be more appealing than Matthias, more appealing than yourself? If all Hashugut wants is a home, all Hashugut wants is a friend, is that something you can provide? Or it could be that he only wants one friend and he can't have them again. And that is a hard lesson for anyone to learn. I think you know that better than most. That's why you didn't pull the trigger, right?
You've given me a lot to think about. I came in here hoping for more answers than I got, but you helped me down a path that I can think on and that I can potentially find a solution for.
I am not, and would never deign to call myself the smartest guru, the best of the Ghost Council. So there are other methods of thought. The sapped up in West Virginia, for example. A good number of them are Ghost Council. You could potentially seek out their guidance, but I think, truthfully, in the end, a decision is going to have to be made, and there will be consequences to whatever decision is made. Matthias Morningkill will be wounded by this. He already has been, even if it's just psychologically. And in a way, so have you. Because yes, you could heal the physical scar that is left. But the scar on your heart and on your mind, that can't be removed as easily.
I definitely know that from experience very well.
I believe that you do.
I know Jester mentioned someone up in the West Virginia sept. Is it Trillium?
Yes. She is the point of contact for the West Virginia sept. But Mountain Claw is the Ghost Council Arun who leads the entire sept.
I would like to cover every avenue I possibly can for this, but if you think that it might be a dead end continuing down, then I'll just think about what you said. But I definitely want to get as much information I can before I make a decision.
Don't be afraid to follow a path till its conclusion. It just is an answer that causes you to change direction. We do not fear death. because it is just the transition into a new journey. So too is a dead end.
Thank you, Anna. This has been very insightful, and I appreciate you meeting with me.
It's good to see another one of Horned Serpent's chosen in the area. I've been dealing with falcons and rats and unicorns. Nice to have a change of pace every now and then.
I agree.
If you wish to seek out the West Virginia Sept, I can make a little headway for you. I do have ties there. But if you're doing it just to run away or hide, then that's something you need to determine for yourself.
Ray will kind of lean forward a little bit at that. I have never thought in this situation about running away or hiding. I am searching for answers.
Then maybe you should go straight to the source. Run toward the problem, not further away from it.
Maybe you're right. Seems like I have been avoiding that avenue.
What happened to Matthias wasn't your fault. What continues to happen to Matthias the longer that you take could be.
I'm fully aware of that.
I know. But it's good to get a reminder every now and then to motivate, not discourage, motivate. You don't want anything bad to continue to happen, then you need to go to it and prevent it. Not look for some mystical solution, because I'm going to tell you, there is no clear-cut solution where everybody walks away unscathed. That is not natural. That is not of the Triad or of Gaia. When the worm is involved, damage is done.
I'll think about what you said, and hopefully I can come up with something, but if not, I think I'll take your advice and go to the source of the problem.
Good. You should. Think and decide.
I will. Thank you, Anna.
It's my pleasure, Raymond. And I am here for further counsel. Even if it's just to bounce ideas off of or to assist in a right to cleanse Matthias.
I appreciate it.
As you stand up to leave, heading back through the bank of cubicles, sounds of ringing phones. What is Raymond thinking now?
Coming here, Ray knew he wasn't going to get a 100% answer to his problem, because it's never that easy. But the ideas and the thoughts that Anna put in Ray's head confused him a little bit, because he was thinking down those paths a little bit, but always veered off to think of a immediate solution, a correct solution. And never once did he think that, why not just go talk to Hashugut and Matthias? Why not just go see what potentially he can do by talking to them? It's a dangerous course of action in a way, but it might be the best solution that he has right now. And so he's a little worried, but potentially it's the best thing he can do.
It's difficult to solve a problem when you don't know the entirety of the problem. At that point, you are just taking care of the symptoms, not the illness. And while there is merit in that, it's not going to get you what you want. It's just going to prolong what you're going to get. This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. Our final scene takes us to a high-rise hotel and a suite at the very top of that hotel, which has been more like an apartment for the last year. The apartment of Matthias Morningkill, or more correctly, the apartment of Hashugut. Here we see the exterior of Matthias sat upon a chair, holding his cell phone to his ear. Oh, so they've arrived safely. Good. And how are things going with the heir? Excellent. Well, you know what to do. Keep them there as long as possible. He hangs up the phone and sets it aside. He then looks over toward the other side of the room, where sits another man in a suit, his hair slicked back, his skin somewhat dusky despite the pale of kindred existence. Now, Mr. Bateman, what did you want to talk about? This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media. Join our community by following the Discord link and sign up for the Ko-fi to get all of the behind-the-scenes features that you could be getting to be a part of, including Rosebud Thorns for this very session. It helps support this community, it helps support this program, and it helps support this channel, and we are eternally grateful. We've got a new episode of Red Tide Rising this Sunday, another episode of Rage Across Tampa, where you can see what the other pack is up to and all of the craziness happening in Vermont, and we'll be back next week with a brand new episode of Hellhounds for these amazing players. I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.